Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
We can hear you, Councilman Guy.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
You are un.
Good afternoon. This is Harold Gray on Linda Gray's system just to configure. Is the technical person available?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, so the feedback that I heard just a few minutes ago, sometimes when the video is running and the sound is on both the computer and a cell phone,
Yes.
we'll get that hollowing feedback. So on Linda's side, she's probably only going to speak through her cell phone and keep the computer sound volume off.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Technical.
Yes, we hear you, Councilwoman Oliver.
Okay,
Are you?
no, I'm okay. I just wanted to make sure I was on. Let me turn my volume down.
Yeah, turn your volume down, please.
Okay.
Are you listening through two devices?
Yes.
Yeah, I need you to mute one of those devices, please.
Okay, give me a minute. Give me 1 minute. Okay, Wendell, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
That sounds a lot better, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll be back shortly. Okay, Councilwoman Harley.
Hello, Councilwoman Oliver. How are you?
Okay, Councilwoman Gray.
She's on mute.
Okay, Mary Bell.
She's on mute.
Okay, let's see.
If you look at the panel on the side, you'll see. Okay.
Let's see. I said I will hear everybody today.
Right.
Hey, Councilwoman McCoy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 p.m. And so we would now begin our meeting. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and pursuant to the state of Delaware emergency pertaining to the coronavirus, this regular meeting of Wilmington City Council will be held remotely through video teleconferencing. This is the public comment portion of our meeting, and we so that the public, I'm muted.
I don't see Michelle. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Members of council, we are you're in the process of the meeting, and so we're now in the public comment portion of the meeting. We do have individuals who have signed up, and we have 4 members who have signed up to speak tonight for public comments. They have they will be in our chats. They will be able to have 3 minutes to give their comments, and we ask that it is pursuant to items on the agenda or that of city business. The minutes cannot be given to another person for usage unless it's approved by myself. Please keep your comments relevant, and you do not use this time to advertise for upcoming events, program, or solicitations. We do have other means to do so. With that, I will begin with our first, and we ask that you do bear with us. This is the first time we've actually done this, but I'm excited about us using new technology. And our first person to speak up was Mr. Lemni.
Madam President, can you hear me?
I can't hear you, sir.
Okay, great. This is in regards to the wastewater contract award. So should I give my public comment now, or is there a period after the legislation is introduced?
You're in your 3-minute public comment period now. There is opportunities for more public comment as we hear the legislation.
Okay, I'll go ahead. My name is Ryan Lemley, and I represent Veolia Water. We have been the city's wastewater operator for 22 years, and we're a bidder on this project. We're providing this public comment to offer an alternative to the currently proposed award to Jacobs, which will save the city $850,000 in the first year and avoid the risk of future cost increases. There are 2 facilities, the wastewater plant and the REBF, and 2 firms, Jacobs and Veolia. The current proposal by the DPW staff is to award both facilities under a single contract to Jacobs. We estimate $850,000 in savings per year if the contracts are separated, keeping Veolia at the wastewater plant where we have been for 22 years, keeping Jacobs at the REBF where they've been running the dryer for 4 years. The city would accomplish this through a final step in the bidding process by requesting what is referred to as a best and final offer from each firm. To allow time for this analysis, Veolia can provide a short 3 to 6 month extension of our current contract beyond July 1. The benefits of a best and final offer would include the city officially being able to evaluate splitting the contracts. This option was not solicited in the RFP, but it can easily be added. A best and final will also allow the city to produce a standard pricing form and terms to compare apples to apples. There was no standard pricing form included with the RFP, and with a long-term 20-year engagement this complex, with aspects as multiple and varied as labor, consumables, utilities, asset management, and capital improvements, a defined pricing form is necessary to ensure bids are compared accurately. Furthermore, the city's DPW staff is not evaluating the pricing on a 20-year basis. For procurements of this nature, it is not sufficient to look merely at the first-year price for several reasons. The first is escalation factor. Jacobs has proposed a factor. This is a factor to keep up with inflation. Theirs runs about 3% to 3.5% per year. Veolia is proposing to use a different factor that averages 2%. The difference over a 20-year period is staggering. Over a 20-year period, the city will wind up paying Jacobs $70 million more than Veolia. Said in a slightly different way, in year 20, Jacobs' fee would be $6.5 million higher than Veolia's. The second is performance guarantees. Jacobs has offered REBF performance guarantees by guaranteeing the low cost of electrical and biosolids immediately on day one. This will create the illusion that the REBF is running correctly even before the necessary capital improvements have been made. However, if you read...
So your 3-minute time is up.
If I have an opportunity after the legislation is introduced, I'd like to continue. Thank you.
I'm a little clumsy here. The next speaker is Mr. Mandy Parada. Mr. Man,
You hear me now, President Shabazz?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I've recently attended the Finance Committee meeting on March 12th, 2020, where an employee of Veolia Water, who you just heard of, made numerous inaccurate, inflammatory, and downright false statements. I feel compelled to correct and clarify the record prior to the full vote by council. Please let me identify myself and provide you with a snippet of my professional background prior to clearing the record. My name's Manuel Parada. I'm a proud owner of a city-certified DBE known as Parada Construction Services. I'm also a civil and environmental engineer, and I've been in the water and wastewater business for 33 years. 10 of those years were spent at a firm, which, without going into specifics, I was a business manager of a firm and the Latin American program director for this multinational firm that was a direct competitor to Veolia and OMI. I'm sure this background supports the Public Works Commissioner's decision to include me on that RFP evaluation team. My firm's under contract with the Public Works for several years now, assisting in the day-to-day maintenance and operations and construction of public. I was honored and humbled to be selected for this evaluation team. I can say without a doubt that the team members diligently invested hundreds of hours evaluating the proposals we received. Mr. Lemley's suggestion that we did not carefully evaluate the proposals is inflammatory as well as offensive. Mr. Lemley claimed that his firm's price was lower than that of Jacobs OMI, when in fact that is simply not true. In a side-by-side comparison, Jacobs OMI provided a significantly cheaper and significantly more attractive proposal to the city, given their acceptance of maintenance risk. The Veolia bid would only accept maintenance risk after the city invested tens of millions of dollars to upgrade the facility. That is, Veolia proposal required the city to immediately invest tens of millions, upwards of $60 million by Veolia's own count, I estimated over 100 million, before they would accept any responsibility or risk for maintenance of the facility. Additionally, Veolia fully excluded any underground structures from their maintenance. Contrast, the Jacobs OMI proposal accepts the first $250,000 of maintenance on any repair starting on day one of the contract. That is, they do not require the rate shock that Veolia proposed to accept responsibility and risk of maintaining the existing plant. Additionally, there were numerous other areas where the Jacobs OMI proposal far exceeded the benefits of the Veolia proposal. For example, in the area of computer-controlled operations known as a SCADA system, Jacobs OMI provided a robust—
30 seconds, sir.
well, I have entered the letter into record, if I could, Madam President. I've submitted this letter to your attention on March 16th. If I could submit the entire letter into record.
Yes, we have a record of the letter you sent to us on file.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Ronald Hanby Sr.
Hello,
Mr. Hanby?
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How you doing, Madam President?
Well, and you?
Great, great. I'll just be real quick. I've been working with youth for over 30 years, and I've been looking at the trend of youth violence becoming younger and younger. I would like to see legislation put into place that all youth centers be designated as safe zones. If you look at Title 11 in Chapter 5, the language is already there, but nothing designating youth centers as safe zones. We already had the template there with the Delaware drug-free zone. So all it would require for us to change some of the wording to include it into Title 11 to make all our community centers, Boys and Girls Clubs safe, just to let everybody know we may not be able to stop a lot of the things that are going on, though we would like to, but not here. We need a safe environment for our kids to attend, coming and leaving. We're really concerned about what's going on inside the building, but we have to understand that they have to walk home, and they're in an environment where a lot of negative things are going on right now that we need to protect them.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hamby. Your email was also forwarded to our Chair of Education, Youth, and Families.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Our next speaker is Mr. Brian O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay, thank you. Kudos to the council for adopting some new technology. This is wonderful, just as long as we can all figure out how it all works. So I'm here as a representative of Greater Wilmington Housing Providers and One Pie Investments. I'd like to talk on two topics. First is Ordinance 4784, proposed moratorium on sheriff sales as they relate to elderly and low-income homeowners. It should not be surprising to anyone, especially this council, that any low-income or elderly homeowner would have trouble paying their water bill. After numerous rate increases in the past few years, what would one think? Water bills would pay for themselves? Of course not. However, to provide relief to select individuals, whether temporary or permanent, completely undermines the tariffs as they're written and the laws to enforce the tariffs. The end result of collection efforts by the city on water bills is the eventual sale of property at sheriff sales. Delaying the sales, while admirable, will simply delay the inevitable and could possibly cause more harm than good. A property that becomes over encumbered with taxes and water will make less equity available to the homeowner upon a sale, particularly when you add the usurious interest rates and fees of 18%. At least through sheriff's sale, the homeowner has the ability to collect excess proceeds, which in simple terms is the difference between the debt that's owed and the sale price. There's more involved, but that's basically the formula. In the case of a mortgaged property, there is a high probability that the lien holder will intervene and pay the taxes and water before the auction, or at least before the redemption period expires. In this case, the city gets paid in full, which is the objective, and the owner retains title, which is what you're trying to accomplish here. From a landlord's perspective, we have discussed this a number of times that the increases will be passed on to tenants, and they have. Tenants, a large number of which are low income, had the same difficulties of paying. Would the tenants also receive some type of reprieve? Landlords are still required to pay the water. In cases where tenants don't pay, they'll face eviction.
30 seconds. Sir.
Okay. First, I'd hope that both of these would be delegated to subcommittees. I think it's a wonderful process. And on a personal note, I think these ordinances on the surface may be pandering to voters during an election year. I didn't go back and research how each council person voted prior. And a vote of yes now would be A, either contradicting their original vote, or B, violating the obligation to collect revenues for the city. Thank you. I hope to see this in committee.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment portion of our meeting. We will continue with our virtual meeting, remote video teleconference of the March 19, 2020 meeting of City Council promptly at 6:30. I'd like to remind council members that you do have sometimes an open mic, so be cautious that your mic is on and muted until we begin the business agenda of the City Council meeting. Thank you, public, for your participation. I think we made it through the public comment portion very well, and we will now proceed promptly at 6:30 with the legislative agenda. Thank you all.
Can you hear me? I can hear someone.
Yes, and so can everyone that's on the meeting hear you.
Can you hear her now? Madam President?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
No, can you hear her?
No, I could not. I can hear you though.
Okay.
Linda's on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was asking, are we supposed to be able to see the person making public comment?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to get my lighting right. It was too bright earlier.
Councilmember, it is 6:29. We're about to start promptly at 6:30. Be sure to mute your phones so we can hear your movement.
You don't have an ear on that side?
Good evening, City of Wilmington. This is the City of Wilmington's Wilmington City Council meeting pursuant to the state of the Delaware emergency pertaining to the coronavirus. This, our regularly scheduled meeting of City Council is being held remotely through video teleconference as per the executive order of Governor Carney. This meeting will please come to order. And we will begin with our opening prayer by Ms. Andrea Queen.
In humility, gratitude, and great joy, we open our hearts, our eyes, our ears, our minds as we meet to serve our city with the intent on doing good work, to use our resources wisely and well, to represent all members of our community fairly, to make decisions that promote the common good. We recognize our responsibilities to the past and the future and the rights and needs of both individuals and community. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by understanding and wisdom. As trusted servants, we seek guidance on our deliberations. And on our efforts, may we act wisely and well and strive to reach our higher potential.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic,
which
stands
one
one nation,
nation
under
under
God,
God,
God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
for all.
That's all right. They're not going to get to it for a while.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray.
Present. And did you hear me?
Yes. Councilman Congo.
Here.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Present.
Councilwoman Harley.
Present.
Councilman Turner.
Here.
Councilwoman McCoy.
Here,
Councilman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman Frio.
Here.
Councilman Adams.
here,
Councilwoman Dixon.
Present.
Councilman Guy.
present,
Councilwoman Walsh. President Shabazz.
Present.
12 present and 1 absent.
Reading of the minutes of our previous meeting.
February 20th, 2020, City Council met in regular
The
session on
minutes
the
be
above
accepted
date.
as written.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the minutes be accepted as written. On the question, Councilwoman Gray, you have a question?
No?
Oh, your hand is raised. Sorry.
That was from the last time. How do you cancel?
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Minutes accepted. Committee reports.
February 13, 2020, President and members of Council of the City of Wilmington. Ladies and gentlemen, we, your Community Development Urban Planning Committee, to was referred ordinance number 19050 entitled an ordinance to amend Chapter 13, Article 2 of the City Code regarding nuisance caused vacant properties, have given this substitute ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilwoman Dixon, Councilwoman McCoy, Councilman Congo, Councilwoman Gray, President Shabazz, absent with leave, Councilwoman Oliver.
Madam President, I move that committee report be received, recorded, and filed.
second,
It's been properly moved and second that report be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote. On the question, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye,
Any opposed? Minutes accepted.
March 12, 2020, ladies and gentlemen, we, your Finance and Economic Development Committee, to who was referred ordinance number 20008 entitled an ordinance to authorize and approve a professional services agreement between the City of Wilmington, Delaware, and Operation Management International, Inc. for the management, administration, operation, and maintenance of the Wilmington Wastewater Treatment Plant, Renewable Energy and Biosolids Facility, main pump station, storage and control structures, and systems associated with the control of combined sewer overflow, including global optimal real-time control system and associated infrastructures. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilman Frio, Councilman Adams, Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Oliver. Absent with leave, Councilwoman Walsh, and President Shabazz. Absent without leave, Councilwoman Gray.
I move this committee report be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by a yea nay vote.
second,
It's been properly moved in second, that the report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Report accepted. Does that conclude our reports?
Yes, Madam President.
Good. City Treasurer's report?
As of March 16th, 2020, total investment, $397,974,925.05. Total cash on hand, $15,444,467.74. Grand total, $413,419,392.79. Velda Jones Potter, City Treasurer.
I move the treasurer's report be received, recorded, and filed. Adopted by unanimous vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. The report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed? Excuse me, was that an opposition, Councilman Frill?
He said aye.
Okay, sorry.
I said aye.
Okay, motion carried. I accept the motion to move to accept all non-legislative business. I understand there would not be any formal presentations this evening. But can I get a motion to accept the non-legislative business on the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second to accept all non-legislative business. On the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. There were several non-legislative pieces that was to be recognized this evening. From Councilwoman McCoy was recognizing Dr. Lisa Lynch, recognizing I Am My Sister's Keeper, and recognizing that it was Women's History Month. Also, there was a recognition from myself recognizing Dr. Tony Allen for his achievements. With that, we will move into the legislative agenda of our legislative portion, business portion of our agenda. Council members, you understand that if you have input or what on the question to indicate by raising your hand on the chat. Councilmember Gray, any legislation this evening? Councilmember Gray, any legislation this evening?
None this evening, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Congo, any legislation, sir?
Nothing tonight, Madam President. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliver, legislation?
Yes, Madam President. I have an ordinance to present and call for the first and second.
Ordinance 20-010, Agenda 4781. An ordinance to authorize an amendment to a sublease agreement between the city and DETV Foundation, Inc.
First reading of the ordinance.
An ordinance to authorize an amendment to a sublease agreement between the city and DETV Foundation, Inc.
Madam President, I move this be known.
Second reading of the ordinance. Now you can move it, ma'am.
Madam President, I move that this be known for the first and second reading of the ordinance and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Thank you. That would be all.
It's been properly moved and second that be known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Commission. Councilmember Harling.
Yes, Council President, I have two resolutions to present on your behalf. Starting with agenda number 4782.
Resolution 20-015, Agenda 4782. Whereas council is requesting for a review of the city's parking issues, which will take place by establishing a council citywide parking task force commission, who will study, research, and recommend solutions to city parking issues through legislative action. And whereas the legislative branch of Wilmington City government is aware of, 1, the overarching and wide-ranging issues related to parking within city limits, 2, the individual impacts parking has on the economy of our city, and 3, quality of life and public image problems caused by a number of parking issues.
I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea and nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second, the resolution be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by a yea and nay vote. On the question?
Yes, Council President. This resolution establishes a council citywide parking task force commission to conduct a review of parking problems and concerns affecting residents, businesses, and visitors throughout the city of Wilmington, Delaware, and to propose legislation, action, make recommendations, and to report to council within 120 days of its establishment. The primary focus area of the commission is one, signage and residential downtown and riverfront areas of the city, administrative parking operations and collection of data such as the parking appeals process, cost of parking tickets, optimal uses of park mobile services, handicap parking rules, and etc., neighborhood business and college parking issues such as learning from the neighborhood planning councils and civic businesses, merchants, associations, and those residents experiencing in each neighborhood parking concerns and parking garage use and trends.
Are there any other comments regarding this resolution?
Yes.
Councilman Turner?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make a note to the Councilwoman Harley that she mentioned they would get back within 120 days. The synopsis says 90 days. She read it in the record 120 days.
Correct.
Okay, let's see here. Thank you.
I believe that is correct. It is 90 days, Councilwoman.
Okay. Okay, so the copy that I have has 120, but if that's what it is.
Typo.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, thank you. Was that it, Councilman Turner?
Yes, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to state that I'm glad that we have brought this, the task force back. I've had lots of issues when it comes to parking in the communities, and to not only just focus on our downtown, which of course we want to make certain that people are comfortable eating, shopping, and everything downtown, but the folks that actually live here need to be able to be comfortable and not feel as though they have to live in order to park their multiple cars. So we need to figure that out. So I'm very glad that this is actually taking place.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Councilwoman Harley, for leading this with Council President. My only thing is similar to what Councilman Turner said is the timing. I think we're looking at the 120-day turnaround. Obviously, we're not even sure when we're going to get started. So I don't know if you want to amend that or where do you want to go from there. But I fully support this initiative. Especially, I hear a lot in my district with a lot of the commercial businesses and restaurants. They have parking concerns. So with that, I just know if you would consider changing the time frame. And I would like to add it as a co-sponsor as well, because I want to fully take part in this.
So noted. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. There is and Councilwoman, where there's great focus. In fact, majority focus is on the neighborhood's parking situations. I think last summer did a great comprehensive look at downtown, these things that we might need to clean up, but the major focus is to address the numerous parking issues that plague our neighborhood. And I want to personally thank both you, Councilwoman McCoy, and Councilwoman Harley for agreeing to participate on the task force. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to basically say the same thing that Councilwoman McCoy said. I think some of or not just downtown districts needs to be looked at. So it's the same thing, but I like to be a co-sponsor, and I don't know if you need to, you don't have to amend it, but it should say something about just that looking into neighborhood park is not just business area.
Okay.
But you just, I mean, I'm basically
is
saying
so
what you
noted.
just said, I mean, but you kind of answered my question. You said the focus was on neighborhoods. I just want to reiterate that I hope they are. That's all.
Yes, and that is the focus.
Okay.
So am I hearing that as a sponsor and of this legislation and thank you, Councilwoman Harley, for presenting on our behalf. I will be happy to accept a friendly amendment to 180 days to give us the necessary time, especially since we're working under this state of emergency, to have conclusion of this task force charge.
I'd like to second it for 180 days. I'd like to move a motion to second it for 180 days due to the virus.
Second.
All those in favor of the friendly amendment to
So
respond?
that was a motion. We need a second.
I heard somebody say second.
I thought Harley seconded.
Yeah, I did the motion, Harley seconded.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's been moved in second to amend the resolution to 180 days response from the task force. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Amendment accepted. Councilman Guy?
Yes, is this in any way connected with the Wilmington Parking Authority owned properties?
No, sir. Here, are there any other comments from members of council? Councilman Congo?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Who is on the task force?
It consists of members of council, members of the administration, business entities, and representatives from our neighborhood planning councils and civic associations.
Okay, who from council and who from the administration?
There is Councilwoman McCoy, Councilwoman Harley, myself. And understand this is open if any council member wants input, because it does require, understanding the issues that are in our neighborhoods. Administration was Mr. Rago and the finance director, Brett Taylor, and yeah, that's who came to the last meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't able to make the first meeting, but I would like to be on the task force as well.
Very good. So noted. Seeing no other comments from members of council, are there any comments from the public? And if so, please raise your hand so you could be recognized to speak. Do we see any comments? Anyone from the public wishing to speak? I don't see any.
No.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
We do. Yes, we do. Sorry. I just can't see who it is.
It's
okay, Miss Dobson.
Yes, thank you so very much. I heard you mention that neighborhood planning committees and civic associations are included. I am a part of the 3rd District Planning Committee, and this is my very first time hearing anything about it. I'm a member of the Vanderbilt Avenue Civic Association meeting, and this is my first time hearing about it. So how did you reach out to those in the neighborhood planning committees and the civic association meetings?
Yes, ma'am. We have had one meeting to, and the president of the neighborhood planning council was was to be notified to invite and spread the word. The second meeting, staff sent out notices also to those leaders. We have just begun since we just getting this legislation to actually commission us. So there has not been much at all, any type of engagement of this task force, and we will ensure that you and all other NPC presidents and civic associations are engaged.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none. Members of council, Councilman Turner.
Yes, I'd like to be added in on the commission as well, the task force.
Yes, sir. Councilman Guy.
No, I was going to recommend that the chair of Public Works and Transportation be part of this, since parking obviously comes under transportation, but it seemed like that's all resolved.
Yes, sir. And I understand invitations were sent to all members of council for participation. And so we're just getting caught up. I'm glad that everyone wants to join on this important issue. Councilwoman Harley, did I see your hand, ma'am?
You did, but you just answered the question that I was going to answer.
Yes, ma'am. Seeing no other comments from members of council, I now ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray. Councilman Gon.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Friel.
Yes.
Councilman Adams.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes.
Councilman Guy.
Yes.
And just for clarity, Councilwoman Gray.
Say yes.
Thank you. President Shabazz.
Yes.
12 yeas and 1 absent.
Declared adopted. Councilwoman Harley, you have another piece of legislation?
Yes, Council President, I have resolution number 4783.
Resolution 20-016, Agenda 4783. Whereas the National League of Cities has developed the 2020 Leading Together Cities Agenda, representing the knowledge and insights of elected leaders of America's cities, towns, and villages, who serve more than 200 million people across all party lines of Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. And whereas the hundreds of members of the National League of Cities are united in the belief that our nation is stronger when all levels of government work together to protect and advance the priorities of America's communities and their residents. And whereas locally, elected officials know what Americans, Wilmingtonians, and Delawareans want from their elected officials, because we are the level of government closest to the people, and recognize that the Leading Together Cities agenda reflects an understanding of Americans' top priorities and concerns.
I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea and nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. The resolution be received, recorded, filed, and adopted by yea and nay vote. On the question?
Yes, Council President, basically this resolution encourages Wilmington City Council to support and use the National League of Cities nonpartisan Leading Together Cities agenda, expressing agreement with the nonpartisan 4 shared values that all levels of local and national government should utilize and adhere to in their relationship with each other, and call upon the next president of the United States to adopt and achieve the first 100 days of the next administration for policy and legislative priorities, addressing building sustainable infrastructure and creating a skilled workforce, ending housing instability and homelessness, and reducing violence.
Are there any comments from members of council? Thank you, Councilwoman Harley. I think all of this does resonate with all of our intentions here on council, and appreciate your support of this. Are there any comments from the public regarding this resolution? Seeing none, and there's no other comments from members of council, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilman Congo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Frio,
Yes.
Councilman Adams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon,
Yes.
Councilman Guy,
Yes.
President Shabazz.
Yes,
12 yeas and 1 absent.
declared adopted.
That's all I have, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Turner, legislation, sir?
Nothing tonight, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy?
Yes, Madam President, I have an ordinance to present and call for the first and second reading.
Ordinance 20-011, Agenda 4784. An ordinance to enact a temporary moratorium on the monition of owner-occupied properties for delinquent water utility charges.
First reading of the ordinance.
An ordinance to enact a temporary moratorium on the monition of owner-occupied properties for delinquent water utility charges.
Second reading of the ordinance.
Madam President, I move that be known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee after first being reviewed by the Healthy Subcommittee.
Second.
So move.
After first being reviewed by the subcommittee.
The Healthy Community Subcommittee.
That's the first, it goes to the standing committee first before it goes to a subcommittee.
I'm sorry.
I said it should go to the standing committee before it goes to a subcommittee.
Oh, okay. So then I then refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Okay.
But I, because this is, as Mr. O'Neill had stated, this is something that will be considered like housing policy. We would like to make certain that our healthy community subcommittee gets a chance to review it as well.
I understand, but I guess procedure-wise, it goes to the standing committee first.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And we heard a second?
Second.
Madam President,
Councilman Turner? Where are we?
so
We're on the moving and it's been second.
so has it been moved? Has it been moved to the Community Development Urban Planning Committee?
It is a financial issue, sir, so this needs to go to finance.
It could go to Public Works, correct?
No, it's a finance issue. It should go to finance.
It's about money, that's right.
It's on, so we have a second, it's been properly,
So move.
it's properly moved to second, that have been known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Yo, you finished, Councilwoman? Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
I have nothing tonight, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Frio?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to hold agenda item 4785, and I'd like to move forward with agenda item 4774.
Okay.
Ordinance 20-008, Agenda 4774. An ordinance to authorize and approve a professional services agreement between the City of Wilmington, Delaware, and Operations Management International, Inc. for the management, administration, operation, and maintenance of the Wilmington Wastewater Treatment Plant, renewable energy and biosolids facility, main pump stations, storage and control structures and systems associated with the control of combined sewer overflows including global optimal real-time control system and associated infrastructure.
Madam President, I've known as the enacting clause and call for a third and final vote. Call for a final vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea nay vote on the question.
Yes, Madam President. The current contract for the management of the wastewater treatment plant will be expired June 30th, 2020. This is the end of 20 years plus two-year options for this contract. Public Works' intent was to have a qualified private operator continue in the management, operation, and maintenance of the city-owned major wastewater treatment and energy generation facilities under a single contract to simplify contract management, reduce city risk, and maximize the combined project benefits. In early 2019, they put out a request for qualifications. They received 5 responses. At that point, they'd shortlist the 5 to a group of 3 and then put out an RFP, request for proposals. The 3 was Jacobs OMI, Viola, and Suez. After putting out the RFP, Suez notified the city that they were no longer interested in participating in the process. In October 2019, there was a review committee made up of Public Works, Law, Finance, and an outside third-party consultant. And after interviews and reviewing all the written proposals, it was unanimous that Jacobs OMI was ranked #1 by the selection committee in December, and they started negotiations. Like the previous contract, this will be a 20-year contract with two-year options. The scope of this contract includes the operation and maintenance of the wastewater treatment plant, the operation and maintenance of the combined sewer overflow facilities and systems, various periodic studies to develop capital improvement plans, and development of a value-added project for the city at the facilities, provision to transfer operation and maintenance of the renewable energy and biosolids facility, including contracts with landfill for gas supply. The first year of the contract is 19.96 million, which is similar to what we are paying this year. There are indexes included in the contract for increases, and the annual adjustments are a minimum of 1.25% or a maximum of 3.75%. The contract also includes responsibilities to Jacob OMI of all repairs and replacement of equipment and systems valued at less than $250,000. The city will be responsible over $250,000. Under this contract, Jacobs and OMI is providing performance guarantees for electrical production, usage, and biosolids disposals. If guarantees are not met, the cost for these items will increase and be assumed by Jacobs and OMI. In addition, Jacobs and OMI is providing guarantee and performance bonds as backing to its financial and performance commitments. In addition to the guarantees, Jacobs OMI will be completing several value-added projects or capital investments over the first 3 years of the contract. Some of the things they will be doing at a cost of almost $10 million is an electric grid study to determine net metering feasibility, digester cleaning to improve gas production, additional monitoring of CSO outfalls to minimize overflow events, supervisory control and data acquisition system to improve operability, interim fog receiving station to reduce risk collection system and increase gas production. Fog is fats, oils, and greases, innovation studies and workshops that will develop new projects to increase efficiency and drive new business opportunities. This did come before the Finance Committee on March 12th. They gave a very good presentation. The presentation was emailed to all council members on Friday the 13th. I was very impressed by Jacobs' record. They're a far-reaching company, pretty much a worldwide company, but they do have a lot of operations also here on the East Coast. So I'm hoping council will support this contract this evening. We need to get this done because there's probably going to be a 90-day transition period. This is a big operation and we just can't have one group leaving and the other group walking in the next day. So it's important that we try to get this done so we can start the transition from one group to the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I certainly respect Councilman Friel's presentation. I too was there during the council meeting, and a lot of questions were asked. I know some concerns were brought up by one of the other bidders, and obviously since then they have come up with their answers, or at least their proposed answers. So I think Jacobs has done a good job, but I don't think they've done a good enough job. This is a 20-year contract, and right now I don't have enough commitments about the impact they're going to be making in Wilmington, and specifically investing in our communities. That's what I'm concerned about. I certainly understand fiscally they are highly rated and performance-wise across the country, across the world. It's a great company, and I have no doubt they will be able to serve the city. But if we're giving this kind of long-term contract, I believe we do need some kind of social impact investment in our city. And I've met with the executives, one-on-one. They've answered some more questions, and they've actually have been feeding me answers. But I just believe we need a little bit more time to fully vet this process. I don't like to delay votes. I certainly want to vote on the merits, but I will. I can't support it because simply I just don't believe a contract this big. We are ready to go right now. Again, maybe in another 2 weeks we will, but right now I just can't support it.
Okay. Councilmember Harley.
Yes, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilman Johnson, for your feedback. And I certainly respect Councilman Friel's feedback and his input as it relates to this particular vendor getting the bid. However, I'm also in support of what you just shared as it relates to a contract this big, and us really fully knowing that they can perform. So I guess my question is basically, if we delay it or hold it, is to do what? I'm in support of holding legislation, but with a plan and with a plan of action and what are our goals and what are we trying to accomplish. And so for me, it would be probably to fully possibly get some feedback from other suppliers, others, I'm sorry, not suppliers, but other references. This is pretty big. You're talking about 20-year contract. So I support what Councilman Johnson just said, and I'm not in support of just delaying to be delaying. And I'm not suspicious. I just want to make sure that we're definitely selecting the right supplier for this contract.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Gray.
Yes, I would just like to say that I am in support of Jacobs. I do understand and agree that this is a large contract. I think Viola had the contract for 20 years also. And I wasn't at the Finance Committee presentation, but I read both letters. And I must compliment Viola for an initiative that they suggested that would give the city some money, which was renewable natural gas from the sewage plant and the dump into a pipeline for commercial sales. And maybe Jacobs could look into that. But I don't know if Councilman Friel stated that Jacobs has been running the RFD facility for years and that the transition would be pretty smooth because they're familiar with everything. I don't have a problem with getting the answers to other questions, but I don't understand what questions that we would be holding the vote up for them to answer. I can't imagine going through a contract like this piece by piece to determine if there's anyone else that would qualify for it. So I would like to know what questions they want answered by holding the vote.
Councilmember Adams.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I reviewed this contract and the other letters involved that delineated many of the items and the questions answered. Basically, what we're doing is we're rolling up 3 contracts into 1 contract. Yes, it's over a 20-year period, but there's efficiencies gained and effectiveness with regard to that. As far as renewables are concerned, everyone knows that they've never returned what they were promised, and the renewables in this contract would only reduce the cost the way it's currently structured. So yes, the cost would go down if we did a better job with renewables on that in conjunction with Jacobs. They put forward a very good contract. They put forward also an investment in the structure of at least $10 million over that 20-year period, which I think is quite significant. Now, when we talk about social impact, this is another thing I'm very skeptical of. Okay, you're asking a water company to go outside of water and waste management in order to make an effect on the city. Now, certainly that's not their expertise area. And secondly, how are they going to do that? Are we going to raise water bills, another $10, $15 a month in order to cause a social impact on the city of Wilmington? Or are we going to leave that responsibility to us, the individuals, and get the people as low a water bill as they possibly could afford? Remember, this year is going to affect 72,000 people, plus those people who are served outside the city. Quite frankly, as far as the wastewater treatment and the sewage is concerned, it affects the whole county. So we're talking about a contract that's going to affect 580,000 people. It's been reviewed by our Public Works Department. It's been reviewed by our Finance Department, and it's been reviewed by Black & Veatch, who are the consultants for the Water Department. So quite frankly, everyone has signed off on this thing and says it's a good contract. And I think that as council, we should rely upon those professionals to say yay or nay, instead of wandering off and try to ask other questions that would only, 1, raise the bill, 2, cause inefficiencies, and 3, not be effective. So I think everybody should sit back and understand that, hey, this is an important contract. Yes, it's long-term, but overall, it's much better off for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Dixon.
Oliver.
Oh, I didn't see your hand, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she can go first. That's fine.
Councilwoman Oliver.
I'm sorry, thanks. I said that because I popped up on the screen. I had my hand up. I have to agree with Councilwoman Gray and Bud. This has been in the works for 2 years now. It's been fully vetted by all the experts. I think Adams hit on that. And there was nobody else they said was interested. I met with Commissioner Kelly and the past bidder and the current bidder. There was no other interested parties. And I just me personally, wouldn't want to be a part of holding up this project for so many people. I mean, it's going to affect us also. So we're not increasing any water taxes, but this is a serious project, and this could be a catastrophe if we held this up based on the this virus going around. You're talking about in June, and as you said, Jacobs have been working with the city for umpteen years, so they are pretty familiar, but that transition, they're gonna still have to move some people around. So I am in favor of this piece of legislation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say too, after reviewing the presentation from Jacobs, as well as reading the letters that have come in, and also hearing from Viola person by email also and public comment today as well. I had my reservations previously also about Viola from previously, and was actually excited to see that there were other bidders on this contract, and an RFP process was put into place, only because of different things I've heard about Viola itself from other cities that have had issues. So after reviewing, like you said, it's a new company, but I think it is worth the opportunity to be able to give Jacobs that opportunity in order to do that. So I will be supporting legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harley?
Yes, thank you. So again, I do appreciate the feedback from my council colleagues. And the point, I guess, that I would be interested in, and I'm never interested in holding up legislation just to be holding it up. I guess the main thing that I was concerned about, however, if those that are on the committee, okay, felt as though that all the answers were efficient, I feel the main thing was, with a 20-year contract, do we have the measurements in place to make sure that they're being efficient and effective? That's my main concern when you talk about a 20-year contract, you know, to make sure that they definitely, we're getting the quality work that is being promised. And that was the one thing that I was thinking about as it related to making sure that is in place. But I think I heard Councilman Adams mention about the efficiency and effectiveness. And so for that reason, and I definitely was in support of this particular vendor versus Viola. But again, the efficiency and effectiveness was my main concern. And if Councilman Adams, you know, feel as though that was there, then I would be in support of it if we wanted to move forward tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson. Again.
I do appreciate the obviously the feedback I received from the rest of council. Again, some concerns raised simply because this is a big public-private partnership. It's akin to the Port of Wilmington project, in which that was a long vetting process. And I certainly understand that. But, you know, when I hear concerns about workers getting cut or workforce not being expanded, that just is a red flag. And so for me, I know that's problematic. If workers do get cut, what's going to happen to them? They're union workers, and that's a concern. And so that should be truly fully vetted and fought through. And then also about the commitment, I completely disagree with Councilman Adams. Entities are supporting the city. Social impact is important nowadays. We have investments from Comores. We have investments from Bank of America, giving to HBCU Week, investing in our kids. And so I can't in good conscience support something in which a big corporation, they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, is not committing to social impact programs in Wilmington. And I'll be on the record now and, you know, going forward about that, because if we don't ask for it now, when are we going to get these investments? We complain about crime, the schools, those kind of issues. And I get that they're a corporation or a wastewater plant, but they have a responsibility to our citizens. And so for that, out of that reason, that's why I cannot support it. I certainly have nothing to say about their qualifications, but I need long-term investments that go beyond how long we'll probably even serve on council. We need investment in this city during that full 20 years. And that's what I'm simply waiting to get those answers from Jacobs, and I have not gotten those answers yet. I need more than just one scholarship from HBCU. We need multiple scholarships.
Thank you. Councilman Guy, did I see your hand, sir? Okay, Councilman Adams.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Again, the company itself is putting $10 million into plant and equipment for a water treatment plant and the wastewater over a 20-year period. So if we redirect that $10 million to cause a social impact in the city of Wilmington, in effect, we are raising the water and sewer bill for 72,000 people in the city of Wilmington. So in essence, if you want to say that a $12 million investment in the water and sewer plant is a social impact, then maybe I could buy off on that term. Okay. In fact, quite frankly, if we're had an ordinance previous to this for first and second reading about delinquent water utility charges. So if we're concerned about what people are being charged for their water and sewer, having a company come in and make a $10 million investment okay, in the water and waste water plant, I think quite frankly would have a social impact because the raising of water charges are only going to increase the delinquency and things like that that Council Lady McCoy is trying to address. So quite frankly, this speaks directly to that ordinance, okay, with regard to a temporary moratorium on owner-occupied properties for delinquent water utility charges, because quite frankly, they're going to take that money and put it back into our system, okay? And I know that the social impact is everybody in the city of Wilmington drinks water. Everybody in the city of Wilmington flushes their toilet. So somehow they're going to have a social impact with regard to the $10 million here. So this is exactly how investments by corporations should be spent. It should be reinvested in what they're doing in order to lower the cost for everyone involved. That's how you effectively affect social impact here. That, again, this is a good long-term contract that will provide a large company coming in here, rolling up 3 different contracts and providing a better service more efficiently and more effectively, as well as making an investment in the community, because, hey, you'll have lower water bills and lower sewer bills over a period of time because they've made that $10 million investment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Madam President. When meeting with Commissioner Kelly, I have wrote down some notes. She stated that they have been managing that plant for over 23 years. And why would we question their expertise? And I told her we can question it because we have that right. But I do believe that Jacobs did a good job with reading the letters and looking at all the information. I'm willing to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Guy.
Yes, Madam President. There's a lot of pieces related to this that I believe should have caused this whole topic to have spent some time over in the Public Works Committee. And so what we have is we're looking at this as if this is just a finance committee issue related to dollars and cents. And dollars and cents matter, but also we have a relationship with the county as well. And so we haven't had any kind of public works meeting where we got an understanding of, for example, what's the mayor's plan in this upcoming budget? What's the number that's going to be in the budget? Because our biggest customer is really Newcastle County. And so is this new company going to somehow change the cost function in the negotiations that we've been involved in for many, many years that haven't been resolved yet regarding how much money is exchanged between the city and county in connection with this facility? So 1 week from now, I guess we're going to hear a number from the mayor as to what this contract means with respect to our budget. But I'd also like to know, what does the other presentation mean with respect to our budget? And again, we haven't heard any kind of conversation. We haven't had any kind of forum to even get any input from the county as to anything that they may notice about these changes and the short-term and long-term impacts. And then there's one other issue that seriously concerns me, and this name Jacobs just rings a bell to me. And I can't put my finger on it, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about the background of the organization. Because the last time we had one of these kind of contract situations where folks had uneasiness about it, we ended up having some problems. And so I regularly talk about monopoly and operation. And right now, the discussion so far has just been a monopoly operation. A monopoly discussion. So I think that the Public Works Committee, given the substantive nature of this issue, not only should take a look at it, but the Public Works Committee has been the committee that has demonstrated an ability to address the operation component of some of these contracts, as was recently the case. So that's just what I think. I don't think there's any harm in let's hearing the mayor's budget address, I guess, next week. And let's hear some more about the operation side, but also invite the county to come in here to get some input about the impact of these changes on our major negotiations with the county as to what that number is going to be moving forward over the next 20 years, and whether this impacts it, whether we're going to create a problem for ourselves in the negotiations, or if it goes to arbitration. And now all of a sudden we have to pick up a bunch of costs because we changed in a fundamental way the nature of the contractual agreement. So we may well end up making a change, but whenever I hear about the rush, and the dollar amounts are this large, it causes me to say, well, hold on, let's pause. Who are our stakeholders? Why hasn't Public Works heard about this? So what I would recommend is I'm going to make a motion that this here piece of legislation goes to the Public Works Committee so that we can get a look at it from the substantive committee, as well as address the operation aspects. So that's my motion, that this goes to the next Public Works Committee meeting, referral.
Second. Are we gonna hear the motion?
I had muted myself.
All right, motion was first and seconded.
I heard it, Councilman Turner. I have it.
Is anyone, Madam President?
I hit the wrong button, so let me get back to this technology. There's a motion on the floor that's been seconded to refer the ordinance back to committee. It's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No, nay.
Aye.
Call for the vote.
Can we go do a raise the hand for those in favor of the motion? Could you signal by raising your hand on the system, please?
Madam President, we can't see everybody, so can you call?
I'm gonna call it off.
Okay, okay, go ahead. I can't see everybody.
Madam President, the motion was for it to go to the Public Works Committee.
Okay, correction. The
Nay.
motion moved in second has been referred to go to the Public Works Committee. I'm looking at the hands raised and I see Councilman Guy, Councilman Congo, Councilman Johnson, Councilman Turner, and Councilwoman Yolanda. Am I correct?
Councilwoman Gray also voted.
Raise your hand, Councilwoman, so I can see.
Yeah, pressing this button, raise hand.
Okay, so
Can we,
that's,
can we do a roll call? Can we do a roll call?
no, I have this up. I'm
It's
looking,
confusing.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gray, Councilwoman McCoy, Councilman Turner, Councilman Johnson, Councilman Congo, and Councilman Guy are voting in support of the amendment to refer the ordinance back to ordinance to the Public Works Committee. That's 6. All those in opposition, could you please, and I'll put your hands down. Put your hands down. All those in, Councilman Turner, Councilman Gray, could you please put your hand down? Okay. All those opposed to the amendment to send the ordinance to the Public Works Committee, please signify by raising of the hand.
Can't hear you.
I'm waiting for everyone to raise their hand.
This is imposed. This is
Opposing the motion. I see Councilman Adams, Councilwoman Dixon, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver.
I don't see Councilwoman Oliver.
yeah, I'm here.
My hand's up.
And Councilman Friel and myself. 6. 1, 2, 3.
Point of order, Madam President.
We'll call off the names again. Those in oppose are Councilman Adams, Councilwoman Oliver, Councilwoman Dixon, Councilwoman Harley, Councilman Friel, and myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
6 to 6.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, we can see the hands. And
Right.
it's only 3 blue hands.
But Councilwoman Oliver has.
I'm saying, yeah, I'm raising my hand. I know I can see my hand. I don't know why y'all can't see it. I can see everybody.
Councilwoman Oliver, there's a mechanism that you raise your hand on the telegraph. I mean, on the electronic operation. And that's what they're looking at. And like, I don't see Councilman Friel. I don't see your raised hand either. I'm trying to see that. But am I correct? That's why I'm calling off everyone's name. And
Right.
saying that you are I am calling off the proper vote for you.
Yes, you are. You're calling off the proper vote for me.
So we have 6 yeas and 6 nays.
Right.
Defeated.
It's defeated. Yes, I was trying to get to, I'm doing several things. So the amendment is defeated. So we'll move on with the amendment as the ordinance as presented on the question. There's no other comments from members of council. Councilman Friel, did you want to close out or wait till after public comment?
Well, I'd like to wait till after public comment and other comments.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public regarding this ordinance? Okay, I see a person, Mr. Ryan Lemming.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just want to be crystal clear on the names of the firms and just avoid any confusion. Veolia is who I'm with. We are the current operator and have been for 23 years. We very much want to retain this contract. We have an exemplary record of compliance and asset management over that history. Jacobs is the new bidder. We talked earlier in the public comment period about a simple best and final offer that would be solicited. Veolia can offer a short extension of our contract for a few months while the city considers this. This gives the city the opportunity to evaluate splitting the wastewater and the REBF contracts. We estimate a savings of $850,000 a year if this is done. On an even bigger scale, however, this the current proposed award does not put the city's ratepayers first in mind. This must be evaluated on a 20-year time frame because as it stands now, Jacobs is proposing an escalation factor for their annual fee that is double what Veolia's is. This will result in a difference in what the city will pay Jacobs over a 20-year period of $70 million versus what they would pay Veolia. In year 20, Jacobs' fee will be $6.5 million more than Veolia's. Second, this will allow the city to evaluate the performance guarantees as they are currently structured in the contract. These guarantees that Jacobs has offered will go away in year 3 for the electricity and year 5 for the biosolids. Jacobs has given themselves an out by allowing this renegotiation only a few years into the contract. Capital improvements. The wastewater plant was built in the 1950s. Capital replacement of equipment is necessary over the next 20 years. To define this need, Veolia has provided a detailed capital plan to the city, which includes 10 and 20-year projections for full capital costs. We have committed to this defined budget, which is less than what the city has put forth in its 2020 budget. Jacobs, in contrast, has no capital plan. They have proposed instead to assess the condition over the first year, and only then, once they're under contract, present their findings to the city. This is a significant undefined risk. Staffing. Jacobs plans to cut staff at the wastewater plant. Veolia offered employment to all city staff when we first assumed the operation in 1999. In fact, 90% of the city staff transitioned to Veolia while others retired. 5 of those 90% who transitioned, I'm proud to say, are still working at the plant in management positions for Veolia. They, along with the 40 other people who work there, are valued Veolia employees and are dedicated to the facility and the city. Veolia's proposal includes the 45 staff we currently have, plus 7 more being added at the REBF, for a total of 52 people. Jacobs will only provide 46.
37.
Finally, a best and final offer will allow the council to understand why Veolia's fee as presented was $16.9 million and the contract is currently being awarded for close to $20 million. We recommend a best and final offer that you not move ahead with this legislation. The best and final offer would have a defined pricing form, would look at the full 20-year picture, and would separate the bid into the 3 components: the wastewater plant, the REBF, and the combined operation, which will have a savings to the city of $850,000 per year.
Time's up, sir. Thank you. I have Mr. Manny Pravada.
Yes, thank you. I am now unmuted. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. In my previous written statements, I have gone item by item in response to the Veolia last minute ditch ideas. But let me state this. I've been on that committee. I was the outside consultant. We spent 2 years going through this entire proposal process. From the start, once the submissions were made, it was very clear that Jacobs provided a much more significantly favorable proposal to the city than that of Veolia. It wasn't just cost. There was considerable benefits to the city in terms of maintenance risk that Veolia is very silent on, as you've noticed. We did evaluate this thing over a 20-year period. We did not just do it over a 1-year period, as it's been repeatedly said. I don't know why he keeps saying that, but we have done that over a 20-year period. Excuse me, but I think the most important, or certainly one of the more important roles in the selection process was not just cost and benefit, but also the reputation of each firm. I didn't want to bring this up, but it repeatedly keeps bringing in. Veolia has a long history of very negative press in terms of their relationship with Flint, Michigan, as well as the Pittsburgh Water and Sewer Authority. they had, excuse me, operation contracts and consultancy contracts with both of those cities that have gone on to submit, significant lead poisoning to their customers. Both are very high profile misses in our industry, as you are well known. I didn't want to risk the city in submitting another 20-year contract with Veolia, given their recent performance in both of those cities. It upset me beyond belief that they now have turned around and tried to cover up some of their misguidance that they provided those two cities. That in itself should be enough of a red flag to shut them down. Oh, and the last statement, I'm sorry, on the speculation of the escalation. This was another last minute thing that Mr. Lemley threw in there. The escalation process has a floor and a ceiling based on consumer price index figures. So the floor and the ceiling, unless he's got a crystal ball that can go into 20 years, I don't know how he can come up with these numbers. The floor is lower than Veolia's, the ceiling is higher than Veolia's. So unless Mr. Lemley can provide his crystal ball and let us all know what the economy will be in 2024, or might as well tell us what it's going to be in 2040, I don't think we can put any faith in his numbers. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Natris.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'm Joe Natris with Jacobs OMI, and wanted to just address one issue that's come up here in the discussions about community partnership. Jacobs OMI has been a partner in the city of Wilmington over the last 10 to 15 years with a program many of you are aware of called Bikes for Kids. In that program, we've donated over 400 bikes for children in need in the city. And have done other volunteer efforts. But moving forward, we really do want to extend our impact into the Wilmington community with meaningful investments in people and programs associated with STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math, and youth empowerment. So these include, and Councilman Johnson mentioned one of them, an internship at our wastewater plant for a Wilmington city resident that is at an HBCU in a STEM-related field of study. We would like to be an active participant in the annual HBCU week that has been so successful the last 3 years. It's of value to us as well as a recruitment and career development tool for staff we need, not only locally, but nationally. We'd like to find a way to work with some of the local vocational and technical schools and some workforce development to develop an apprenticeship program for trades. Again, an idea that will hopefully benefit some of the at-risk youth and young adults that are in the city. And other long-term relationships we'd like to have. And I want to emphasize long-term. We would like to be in the city for the full term of this 20-year contract and beyond. And you have my personal commitment that during that time period, we will work with the council and other stakeholders to be actively involved over the long term, because we know that's how we can make a difference in the community. And these are all aligned to our values as a company. We work where we live and we live where we work. So we're really excited about the opportunity to partner with the city, not only with the wastewater plant and associated facilities operations, but to truly make a difference in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no other hands from members. Oh, there is. Mr. Lyman, you have your one time. There's not a repeat comment, sir. So with that, there's no other comments from the public. We would go back to members of council. Any comments from members of council? Councilman Johnson.
Yes, I appreciate, hearing from Joe and Jacobs. And again, my comments weren't to throw any aspirations or anything at Jacobs and the quality they can provide. But it's just, again, being pragmatic, which, those of you who know, when I go through legislation, I go through each point. And so, a lot of council members just have been aware of this tonight. I've only been aware of this for a week, and I've certainly engaged, intensely with Jacobs, and I certainly have asked the questions. And so my thing is not just to hold this up. I'm not ever for holding things up, but I do need some more answers, do need some more commitments not just word, but actually commitments to specified programs. And then again, some more fleshing out of this. And I don't like to delay. I certainly want to vote on this, say in 2 weeks' time. That seems appropriate to me. This is a big contract. We don't want to, again, look back, 10 years from now and say, wow, we could have gotten more. And that's what you get sometimes. So that's my plea to the rest of council members, is not to put this off, not to say Jacobs is not capable, because I certainly have faith in their team and I actually like their team, but it is looking at a contract this big. We really got to be sure that the savings is there, the impact is there in our city, and this is who we're going to be partnered with for 20 years. So that's all I ask council, is just to take a second. Those of you who haven't even had the opportunity, read through line by line everything. Let's take some time. It's been a long process, 2 years in selecting this, so it should be even longer process with council vetting this. Not longer process, but not 2 years. Council should be looking at this, but 2 weeks even. And that's all I ask, again, for us to be pragmatic, very smart on this. Certainly have faith in Jacob's team, and I have faith they're going to be able to answer the questions, but there still are some outstanding questions. So that's where I leave it right now. Again, it's not being supportive of Jacobs, it's wanting more commitments and not wanting to shotgun this, because we have an obligation to city residents, and I understand water is water is important to all of us in the city, and certainly the current provider has been ensuring that the city has great water and is treated properly. So I think a delay of even 2 weeks won't significantly delay this program. I think you can still do a July 1st opening with this. I certainly understand, again, the concerns, but we have to look at what we're asking businesses to do now. We need firm commitments to investing in many ways in the city, not only capital investments, but investing in our people. And that's all I'm asking. That's all the questions that I want to answer. And I have faith that Jacobs will be able to answer it within 2 years. But if we approve this contract, we lose all leverage. We lose the capability to be able to negotiate. They're already in arbitration right now with the county for this, for the water issues, as Councilman Guy has noted. So the train would have already left, and then it's too late. So I just ask again, an abundance of caution to again postpone this vote. Just let's give it even 2 more weeks, and let's get the questions answered.
Councilman Guy.
Yes, I had a opportunity back in the 90s when this property was transitioned to Veolia, as I'm thinking back. And there were a lot of major issues that we had to address regarding our city workers. And so what I recall, because it was important to me back then and to a lot of my colleagues, and that was, we wanted to make sure that our city workers weren't just thrown out in the street when the new company took over. And so I do want to also commend the current company for absorbing the vast majority of our city workers, union workers back then, and protected them. And we as council were able to do that. And so when I saw the video the other day regarding this contract, I remember the issue came up, and I believe Councilman Johnson had asked a question as to what was going to happen to these union workers. And at that meeting, I thought there was a statement to the effect of some information was going to be provided to us as to how is that going to be handled. And I guess the one question is, did our staff ever receive any communication back as to what is going to happen to workers? Because again, when I make the distinction between the monopoly game versus operation, caring about the workers and people in the community is where we often fall short, rushing so that somebody can get their hands on a bunch of money. Now, somebody's going to win the money game, but is our community going to win the operation aspect of this? And I'm going to just go back and reiterate, the county and the city has been involved in this long negotiation that deals with the allocation of costs, et cetera. And it's been a serious, heated discussion, but it's not observable to the vast majority of the people in the city and the county, because it's mostly between the elected officials and the people who run the respective departments. And the vast majority of us on city council actually have not been involved during this whole session about any of those issues related to the negotiations between the city and the county in connection with wastewater treatment, et cetera. The county is our biggest customer, basically, through this contract. So I've already made my motion, so I'm not going to make it again, but I do not see the rush, and we don't even have a game plan from the mayor as to how this is playing out in this upcoming budget and how the negotiations are going. And that's because we've not had any conversations about this in the Public Works Committee. It's only been in the finance. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. Well, I see no other questions or hands raised by members of council, so I will turn it over to the sponsor for his closing comments.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try to address some of the things I heard. With Mr. Johnson's comments, it's kind of difficult because he didn't raise any concerns with the contract itself. He was more concerned about other takeaways for the city. I understand his concern, but I think Jacobs has been supportive of programs in the city before. I think they will continue to do so. They've been supportive of programs in other cities where they have major operations. They've made a commitment in writing to us that they are willing to explore additional long-term relationships with community-based organizations focused on youth empowerment and social impact. So I think we will be able to continue to have a good relationship with them. If you look at some of the standards in the industry, they have a 99.98% record as one of the best in the industry. In 2018, they had a 100% contract renewal. One of the rating agencies, Ethisphere, ranks them as one of the world's most ethical companies for the last 9 years. So we are going to build a relationship, I think, with a good partner. It is a long-term contract, but when you're talking about investing $10 million upfront in some of the infrastructure, you have to be able to go to a long-term contract. There was questions about being efficient and effective. One of the things that they are going to do is invest millions of dollars in the SCADA program, which is a data collecting program, which will help us monitor the plants and the success in them maintaining it to its high standard. Mr. Guy is absolutely correct. Our biggest customer is Newcastle County. They are 82% of our waste water treatment plant customer. They were an observer during the whole process in going through the RFQ and the RFP. I don't believe you're going to see any impact in the 21 budget because the current contract calls for no increase in the contract from what it is in 2020. So you are not going to see any impacts on the 2021 budget. They will have to, as they know, and everybody knows, they will have to negotiate with the unions that are at the wastewater treatment plant, and they will be giving everybody an opportunity to stay on board at the plant. It is hard for me, and I really don't want to get involved in some of the Viola comments versus Mr. Parada's comments. We went through a very lengthy process. Viola was not selected. Obviously, they're not happy. I think we can all understand that. But for them to come back now and want to kind of renegotiate the contract is just not how you handle this process. So I honestly believe we have a good contract here. I believe that we have a good company that has very high standards in the industry, is known as being a good partner, and I think they will partner with us here in the city of Wilmington, not just on having a well-maintained plant, but improving the lives of citizens here in Wilmington. So I really encourage my colleagues to support this evening so we can start the transition process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilman Congo,
No.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Councilwoman Oliver, your mic is muted.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
No.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Friel,
Yes.
Councilman Adams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon, Councilwoman Dixon,
Oh, sorry, yes.
Councilman Guy,
Present.
President Shabazz.
Yes.
8 yeas, 2 nays, 2 present, and 1 absent.
Declared adopted. The next item agenda item is being held, and on to Councilmember Adams.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have a resolution to present.
Resolution 20-012, revision 1 to agenda 4771. Whereas City Council would like to give members of the public more opportunity to attend and participate in public meetings. And whereas City Council would like to afford all council members until 6:30 p.m. to arrive at and participate in regular council meetings and hear all public comment. And whereas City Council previously amended its rules to provide for 1, a second round of public comments after the close of business on each legislative item at regular council meetings, and 2, a second round of debate by council members at the second round of public comments. And whereas the second,
I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea and nay vote.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The resolution be received, recorded, and filed, adopted by a yea and nay vote. On the question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. This is a resolution to again change the format of the council meeting itself. This resolution that really eliminates the public portion between the hours of 6 and 6:30 in the evening. We will begin the council meetings at 6:30. The public would then have an unlimited amount of time to speak after each piece of legislation. There would be no sign-up period or anything of that nature, because quite frankly, whoever speaks during the period would speak during the public portion of after each piece of legislation. The third thing that this legislation does is it eliminates the time for the second round of comments by the council members themselves, so that we would go directly from the public speaking into the vote on the piece of legislation itself. So again, this piece of legislation in essence does three things. One, it eliminates the public portion from 6 to 6:30. That is normally done before the council meeting begins. The council meeting will begin as it always has at 6:30 in the evening. We would go, as you know, the format, committee report, treasurer report, non-legislative. Then we'll go into the legislative part, and after each piece of legislation, the public will have an opportunity to speak after council debates. And then after the public is done speaking, we would go into vote on a piece of legislation. And in essence, that is the purpose of the resolution is to remove any redundancy currently in the meetings. It also allows the public to be heard for an unlimited amount of time in between each piece of legislation. It makes our meetings much more effective, and the public willing to stay to the end of each meeting in order to watch us perform the government of the city. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. I already have spoken regarding this ordinance. So I do believe that we have learned a lot, I think, about our society within the past 10 days to 2 weeks. And I think not only do we need this improvement, but we need to give more access using technology. I've talked about it from day one, you know, signups online, question submission online, you know, so that people who do work can actually participate without having to physically come to chambers. So I'm all for improvement. I think this is a good first step, and I certainly support it. I don't think it's necessarily, I think we could go further, especially what we're faced with now. I think even when we do get to it back to normal, I think we need to make council more accessible using the 21st century technology. So with that, I hope we can keep getting better.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I kind of was the one who wanted to speak on this. I definitely stated that in more than one way, I felt my patience being pulled on the longer evenings. But after we actually had an incident that I gotten taken care of just recently, you know, one of the things that I just realized Johnson stating was the fact that, you know, when it comes to technology, we, you know, we are definitely today, and a lot of people would get a chance to, I guess, to speak to us. But in actuality, the people that we hear from the most are not on this thread. So one of the things that I wanted to make certain of is the fact that when it came to the comment, the only thing that I had a real issue was our second round. I always wanted to make certain that the public got a chance to speak before and to speak during legislation. I felt as though our second round was redundant. When it comes to the public speaking beforehand, if you think about the fact that the gentleman, I think his name was Yaheem Harris, and his parent came and spoke passionately about what was going on, and I've really seen a clip maybe in the paper, but they were so insistent on bringing that information back that it really got investigated, and now this young man has been released, and, you know, of course an investigation is going on, and now we come to see how this thing is actually tangible. Something came out of the public comment. So I did actually send a email to both to you, Madam President, and also to my colleague, Councilman Adams, letting them know that I may have been a little bit rushed because of my impatience. I had to admit, I was impatient. I may have been a little rushed. I said, but I would love to take a little bit more time to make certain that we flesh this out, because the Mr. Halls and the Mr. Tates And the Miss Frost are actually not on this thread. And these are the people that we see like at every meeting normally. So we do want to make certain that we extend the technology as is, great, but everyone isn't up to date yet. So I just wanted to make certain that people had that understanding.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Madam President. I had spoke to Councilman Adams earlier, but I won't be able to support the legislation tonight. One, just more so due to the fact that we're taking out the general public comment period. I think that because people want to just talk on any topic, I think it's important for us to hear and listen to. So for that, I am unable to support the resolution.
Just for clarity, the understanding that the public, never mind. Councilwoman Gray.
Yes, I just want to thank my fellow council members for their support and their comments. I think the last exchange that we had about Jacobs and Viola were a perfect example of public comment that allowed us to have more information, some questions answered. And I think this is the value that our constituents and all council members should see comes with public comment. Now, the comment that is attempting to be taken away, the public comment in the beginning, I think even today, with all of our uncertainty and with everything going on, that's a valuable source for people to come in and unfortunately vent or tell us what they're interested in or what their concerns are. And like Councilman McCoy said, some things come to our attention during that prior comment section to council meeting that we aren't aware of and that we may investigate and find out there's a lot of value to it. So unfortunately, since this was my legislation initially, I really don't think it needs to be changed. So I don't know if I can lie to say I'm not going to support this legislation. Thank you.
Oh, whose hand is up? Hold on. Me. Councilman Congo.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I agree that we have a pretty good, it's not perfect, but right now we do have a pretty good system of including the public before the council meeting begins. And once legislation starts, I don't think that we should take anything away from the public. I'm not sure why any council member would want to hear less from their constituents, and that is what this legislation would do. So I'm not going to support it. I think if anything, we do have to find a way to incorporate those who are tech savvy so that they can be a part of the meeting, because I think that we do have more people now to just tonight who are part of the meeting because of the technology. But we don't want to lose, as was already mentioned, we don't want to lose anyone either in this process. I think it needs to stay the way it is, but we have to try to incorporate the technology. So I'm not going to support it. Thank you. I'm not sure, Madam President, why my video is, I'm not sure if I'm able to be seen, but it says that my video has been disabled because from the host. I'm not sure. It's been like that. It's been like that since the beginning of the meeting. Okay, they just fixed it. All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Harley.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to be clear on what this legislation is doing and what's different. And to my understanding, based on what was said, is that we're removing the first section of comments from 6 to 6:30 and eliminating the council members from having the second round of comments. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Councilwoman Harley, yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. I guess my only concern, and I do agree with probably the council members not having the second round. For the most part, other than that, I don't see this changing much of what's happening today, because from 6 to 6:30 is really not that people that really show up for us to remove it. And I think having the council members to do the second round is what I think is repetitive. I will be in favor of the legislation continuing to keep the general comments from 6 to 6:30 and removing the second round of comments. So I just wanted to share my feedback. Thank you.
Madam President,
I got you, Councilman Oliver, but Councilman Guy was first, and then you.
I'm sorry. Mhm.
Councilman
Yes,
Guy.
Madam President, I wanna just make this comment. And that is that when we last put this current process in place, for me personally, I come out of the community side of entering the political arena. People come in, some people come in from the political party side, some people come in from the community side. There's all kinds of ways to enter into this. I come in from the community point of entry. I also come in from the civil rights point of entry. So I have a high value, and that doesn't mean anybody else has to have that same value, but I have a high value on all opportunities for public and citizen participation. Whether it's in the court system, being on a jury, whether it's with an administrative agency participating in a public hearing, whether it's with city council, have an opportunity to come speak. There's multiple avenues for public and citizen participation. And I'm predisposed for more of that rather than less. So one of my proudest moments being on this Wilmington City Council was when Councilwoman Gray was able to get the legislation passed that created all of these multiple opportunities for citizen input and citizen participation. There's the component in the beginning where folks get to talk to us about whatever they want to, because most governments, school boards are the worst at this. They ask the public to come speak, the public speaks, and then they don't say anything back, don't comment on what was said. They just look at the people as if, okay, we heard you, now get out of our meeting. That's what it's almost like when you go to a school board meeting. And so if you're gonna do that, you know, that's kind of how government operates for whatever reason. But at least we created an opportunity for folks to have a broad range of topics they could talk to us about. So the first half an hour belongs to the people to share with us things that they think are important. Because our committee structure, the chairperson creates the agenda, and only thing people can talk about are the things on the agenda. So we as council members don't even get to discuss important topics that aren't on committee agendas, because the chairperson may not want anybody to talk about that topic and they don't put it on the agenda. Now, the next thing I want to mention is us as council members this evening. I believe several members of council had an opportunity to speak after the public spoke. And that to me seems really important, because a lot of times the public adds something to the conversation that necessitates council members having an opportunity to respond or address what the citizen said in real time on the topic at hand. So at least 2 people participated in the second round this evening. And then the last point I want to make, or at least for this series of comments, and that is one of the primary reasons we're here discussing this again is because at the last meeting, I asked a very simple question. And the essence of the question had to do with the fact that this piece of legislation is actually taking away council members' rights to have a second round of comments. And yet, we all sat here at a council meeting a month or so ago where the law department and the parliamentarian disregarded 7 members of council's vote, claiming that if it interferes with any right that a council member has, it takes a supermajority vote. So I find it funny that one of the main reasons we're back here was I asked the president, how many votes does this piece of legislation take? And the parliamentarian and the president took 5 minutes up there talking and never answered the question. And we were supposed to be provided an answer prior to this meeting as to how many votes does it take for this to pass. And so I asked that question again. The claim was the law department's going to write an opinion. Where's the opinion? But you can't have it one way, 1 week, and another way, another week. You just can't do business that way. So how many votes does it take? That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Oliver?
I have nothing to say, Madam President.
Are there any, seeing no more comments from members of council, are there any comments from the public? Seeing no one responding from the public, are there any other comments from members of council?
Excuse me, Madam President, it appears that there is one person from the public that has something to say. That message here.
I don't see a hand.
No.
I don't see a hand, sir. I see, yeah, I don't see anything from the public, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Going back to members of the council, Councilman Turner.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know, I understand where Councilman Adams may be trying to go, coming from on this legislation towards trying to, you know, with length of time. And I've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about time. And that frustrates me because we were voted in to sit in the meetings, no matter how long it takes. You know, myself and Councilwoman Walsh at times have to be willed into these meetings. And we're there. No, you know, we show up. Myself, I go into these meetings all the time, and I don't take it lightly when people say that about time and tired and things like that. And now we're moving this legislation just because of time reasons. Just like Councilman Guy spoke about earlier, there's times that the public have their round of comments, and they may make a point that maybe at the time they're making a point, we're on our phones researching that point, and then it gives us something to question from their point. And we also have an opportunity to speak and elaborate on their point. So I don't agree with the second round, not eliminating the second round. I commend Councilwoman Gray for even having the heart to come in as a new council member and to put this on the agenda. Some of us at the time that Councilwoman Gray was coming into council opposed to Councilwoman Gray possibly coming into council on the way it happened. And some of the others that's on this legislation were elated that Councilwoman Gray came in. And now Councilwoman Gray did something that she seen fit and helped us with council. And we don't even give it a full rest of this session to say, okay, that works or it doesn't work. We give it a full 3-4 months and say, okay, it doesn't work. I think it works perfectly. Some of the public, I think, thinks it works perfectly. And we got voted in by the public. And if the public want to speak until 1 o'clock in the morning on an issue for me, I will sit there and counsel with that issue. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Congo.
About how many votes. Councilman Guy asked a question about how many votes this would take to pass, being as though it would take away our rights. That question wasn't answered. I'm just waiting for an answer for that.
I don't have an opinion for the law department.
I don't see, Madam President.
Yes.
Yes, I don't see how we can move forward with the, if it's not clear, because there was legislation in the past that wasn't passed because it would have taken away a right from a council member, and it didn't have that super majority. So, I guess in my opinion, this would do the exact same thing, because right now we have that right, and this is taking away that right. And it just seems like that it also would require that super majority. I don't see how we can even move forward without that clarity. Thank you.
Councilwoman McCoy. Councilmember McCoy.
Okay. All right. Okay. I guess I'm back. Am I back?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So after all that was stated, I am still basically saying the same thing. I would like to hear from my constituents. I want to hear from the public. When it comes to the redundancy, the only redundancy I seen was not just the rebuttal or the debate from the second time the council person got a chance to speak. It was the additional 10 minutes. So because of that was the reason why I hopped on this. But stating that they would like to change everything about the format and not give people who just want to give a little bit of information about what's going on their street, even though it's not on the agenda, I was definitely opposed to that. And I just wanted to make certain that that was clear. I cannot support this by taking away the part that actually makes the most sense. We do want to make certain that people get a chance to talk and let us know what are happening between legislation and what their feedback on each piece. If this one piece is what got you out to the meeting, then so be it. Give us your input. But the earlier portion of public comment is the thing that actually we sometimes never know. And if it's never on the agenda, we would never know if the people are not coming to the civic association meetings. It is what it is. So I just wanted to state that was the reason for my wanting to do any changes to this. It has nothing to do with the public speaking. They could talk all night. They could talk till 1 o'clock. I actually don't want to hear my council people talk till 1 o'clock to each other. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Gray, I believe that's, wait a minute, I gotta see. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Gray.
I just want to thank my fellow council members for supporting this legislation when it passed the first time, and also for their positive support now. I think I might have stated before, it's even more important now that we have this self-imposed isolation, that we will not be able to interact with our community and with our constituents as much as we may have been able to do before. So I do agree with the technology. This so far has worked wonderfully, but I also think that we need to still allow the platform before the meeting and the comments during the meeting, even more important now, because everyone needs to vent. People need to have a way to get in touch with their council persons to ask different questions. We can sometimes calm the excitement or the fear that people have just by allowing them to talk. I found that out a lot as a magistrate judge and also as a counselor, and allowing people to talk before the meeting will do that. So I once again thank my council members that will support the legislation as it stands.
Councilmember Guy.
Yes, Madam President. There's some really critical, fundamental aspects of having a meeting. by a governmental agency that has to vote. It is an extremely fair question when there's been various answers provided to the question, how many votes does it take to pass a certain resolution? And so we pay a person to be our parliamentarian. And the last time this came up, the voice of the parliamentarian was part of the voice, the parliamentarian also has to be part of the law department. So there is a legal opinion that should be the basis for the parliamentarian to give us a ruling based on the last legal opinion as to whether two fundamental issues exist. And one is, does this resolution take away any right or privilege of a member of council? Now, our paid parliamentarian has to be able to tell us that, yes, in fact, this resolution takes away some of the rights and privileges of members of council in the second round. There's no way to get around that. But if the parliamentarian wants to say that that's not the case, we should hear the parliamentarian say that. Once that issue is addressed, then based on the last statement from the law department, the parliamentarian should be able to tell us, as a result of it interfering with our rights and privileges or not interfering with our rights and privileges, here's the number of votes that should be taken. So really the entire reason, almost, maybe I shouldn't say entire reason, but one of the significant reasons why we held off was to get an answer to the question, how many votes does it take? So somebody in our legislative branch of government, whoever it was, or it may be the mayor's appointee in the law department, that's either present or heading up the law department, Goff, the city solicitor, somebody was responsible for providing an answer to that question, particularly since I believe my colleague Adams did not change one word in this legislation. And so the same question we asked last time is the same unanswered question tonight. You cannot conduct legislative business without knowing the number of votes required in order for the legislation to pass. And I don't know how in this society we live in, how it is that that happened last time and how it's happening again, and whether somebody's actually going to ask us to vote without providing what the standard is before we vote. So the only thing that I know that you do under those set of circumstances is you don't vote until somebody gets us a written answer as to how many votes it takes. Because without that answer, the president actually gets the opportunity to sit back, see how many votes, and then just make up whatever she want to make up and say it passed or didn't pass. And I guess maybe that's one of the benefits of being the president. You can just make up what the number's going to be after you hear everybody vote. Well, we're an organization, we're not one person. So as a group of people, we cannot accept or should not accept having to vote without somebody telling us how many votes it takes to pass it.
Madam President, may I say something since y'all can't see my hand?
I'm sorry, I lost my screen. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what just happened in my screen. I just wanted to say, if we don't know I have to agree with my colleagues. If we don't know the number, can we move a motion just to hold it to next meeting and get the information from the law department? I mean, if we don't have that information, I don't see how we can vote on this. I do, So if we don't have an answer, we want to hold it to the next meeting. I mean, I move a motion to hold it to the next meeting.
That's a motion. That's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I don't know. Hold on a second, please. I am having technical difficulties, so I can't get to my screen. I don't believe, Councilwoman, that it could. Let me check the parliamentarian. Am I correct that it cannot parliamentarian? Can it be held a second time? Because it's already been held once.
Is the parliamentarian on there to tell us?
I'm checking. I'm checking. It's my understanding. The next meeting is the mayor's budget hearing. There is wait a minute, I lost my screen.
I can see you then.
It could be held to this. Can it be held to the second? I'm trying to get clarification on whether or not it could be held to it would be the April 2nd. April 2nd meeting.
Move a motion to hold it to the April the 2nd meeting.
Wait, I'm trying to get clarification from the parliamentarian, please.
If you would like me to address it, Madam President, the council rules just say that after motion or resolution has been duly seconded, it should be before council for action. But the mover may withdraw it at any time before the final vote is taken. It doesn't say specifically that a piece of legislation can only be held one time, but just that it can be withdrawn by the mover before final action is taken. So it would be reasonable to interpret the council rules that it can be held.
Madam President, Madam President.
I'm not finished talking. I was just trying to, she was waiting for something. So can I continue? Madam President?
Hold on, I'm utterly confused here. Sorry for the technology thing. Okay, guys, someone's hand up.
That was me, Councilman Oliver.
Okay, Councilman Oliver, then Councilman Turner.
Okay, I was just saying for clarity, I guess I was, you can ask Councilman Adams, can he hold this so we can get the right clarification? That's all. I'm just agreeing with everybody is saying.
Okay.
So if you can ask Adam Turner, can he just hold it?
Okay, let me finish with the your points taken, Councilman Oliver. Councilman Turner.
I make a motion for the roll call vote.
Second. We haven't gone through.
No, you can't.
We haven't gone through and allowed even.
You already, the motion's on the floor. Councilwoman Oliver's motion's on the floor, and you called on me. I'm calling for a roll call motion for a roll call vote.
Her motion was second.
Yeah, my motion was already second.
All right, Councilman.
Thank you.
I have it. Councilman.
Thank you. Because Adam's already seconded. We was just trying to get her technology up, man. Come on.
So there's a motion on the floor to hold it.
Yep, and Adam seconded, and you said,
Councilwoman Oliver, please let me,
oh, I'm sorry, I was just, because
Okay.
I'm okay.
okay. There's a motion on the floor. It's been moved in second that the resolution be held to, it will not be the next meeting because that's the mayor's address, to April 2nd.
So move.
All those in favor, it's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Don't we get the question? Don't we get the
Aye.
comment on?
Roll call vote.
There's a motion on the floor and it's been moved in second that the resolution be held till the April 2nd meeting of council to allow all of the different scenarios put to be incorporated in the legislation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I'm not
Roll
seeing.
call vote. Roll call.
Okay.
Well, let me get the ayes out first, okay? All those in favor.
Aye.
All those, any those opposed?
Aye.
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 Can we do a raise of the hands, please, for a vote?
What is this before?
This is for the your amendment. All those in favor signify by saying, raise your hand, please. Councilman Adams, Councilman Creel, Councilman Oliver.
No, my hand is not up. I'm sorry. I was raising my hand to ask a question.
No, I wanted a question to ask too. I thought we had on the question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I thought we were too.
We were voting on the amendment that's been moved in second.
But
Right.
we didn't get to
April,
discuss on
April,
the question.
you gotta make it clear, April to what? It can't,
April 2nd.
Is it an amendment or a motion to hold?
It was a motion to hold, I'm sorry, motion to hold it to April 2nd.
thank you.
So can we make a comment on the question?
Because we're taking the vote now.
Yeah, our hands were up for a while, but maybe because you was having technology issues, you didn't see it.
That's correct, and I'm trying to go by what I can see.
Yeah.
So we're on the vote, it looks like we only have three people who are in vote of favor of the motion to hold, which I assume, and I'm for, that I assume that everyone else is against it. Oh, but it's 5. Okay, am I correct? That's just it? Oliver, Adams, Friel, Johnson, myself are in support of the holding to April 2nd. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Dixon, Gray. Got 1, 2, Turner, Congo, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The nays have it. So Councilwoman, Harley, you had a question.
Did you say Harley?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Council President. And I'm just saying, based on what I'm hearing, the person that, my understanding of why this was being held originally was because we wanted to know how many votes that it took. So if we have the solicitor, we have the parliamentarian on the line,
Right.
those are the people that I thought would be the people that we would ask these questions. So in my mind, I'm thinking they don't know the answers to how many votes, because I thought that was the original question.
Okay.
So again, I don't see the purpose of holding the legislation for 2 weeks to find out how many votes are needed. Is it that we don't know how many votes it is? I'm not even understanding this whole conversation about the votes. So maybe bring clarity to me.
Madam President,
All based on, this is, my understanding is that it is the, we are clarifying and going back to rearranging the order of how we conducted the public comments, which is not taking away a privilege. It is rearranging the order, and still the public still has a privilege to speak, as well as council has a privilege to speak. That's my understanding. And if we could have further clarification by our parliamentarian who is currently on duty, I would give her the privilege of the floor. Madam Parliamentarian.
So based on your comments, Madam President, your interpretation that it doesn't take away a right of the entire body. So that would mean that it would require 7 votes. And that's consistent with that. That's a reasonable interpretation of Rule 23. Rule 23 states that a supermajority is needed when the passage of an amendment or a resolution is made in derogation of an existing right of any member. That can be interpreted to be separate from that which will take away a right of the entire body of council. And so your interpretation or requiring that only a simple majority is needed is a reasonable interpretation of the rule.
Thank you.
Madam President.
I've had my hand up.
I didn't call anyone yet, so please just let me use this.
Oliver.
Councilman Oliver, could you please use the raise of the hand so
Yeah,
that
I have a low battery, so I'm having some difficulties with my computer. That's why I have it. I know where I know where it would normally be, but it's not on here. So I don't know what's going on.
You need directions, because I don't see the picture. I don't see your pictures. I don't see everybody's pictures. I only see the
You don't see me?
I don't see everybody. I would have to keep flipping back and forth, and it keeps changing. That's what I'm saying. It keeps changing. I'm looking at
okay, because I see everybody. I'm sorry.
Oh, but I'm looking at the panel participants, so that takes up my screen. So
Madam President, there are 3 blue hands up.
I see Councilman Gray, Councilman Guy, and Councilman Turner. Councilman Gray, I give you the privilege of the floor.
Thank you. I thought when this discussion came up last time about the supermajority, that the understanding was that if any right was taken away from a council person, that kicked in Rule 23. That's my understanding. And this would take away the rights of a council member speaking a second time. Now, on the other issue, I thought when Councilman Zero held this, whatever it is, amendment for this meeting, it was stated that it had to be heard at the very next meeting. So I don't think that it could be heard April 2nd. I had my hand up before we voted, but it would have to be heard March 26th when the mayor is going to be here. But I think it was voted down, so it's probably insignificant.
That amendment, that friendly amendment failed, so it's mute.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I don't know, Guy or Turner, raise your hand first, and Councilman Guy. I don't know which one of you was first.
Yes, I don't know either. If you want to go, Councilman Turner, you can.
Councilman Guy, you can go ahead, sir.
I guess at this point in time, we did explore waiting to hear back. We just heard the parliamentarian, even though the parliamentarian did not say a number, I don't think she said a number, but what she said seemed to suggest 7 votes. And so if that's the standard we're using for this, then I guess we're ready to take the vote now that we have a number that is been declared as to what the president is going to use to rule. That's what was missing the last time. So we know the number is 7. 7, it passes. Less than that, I guess it's defeated. And so it seemed like forever that I kept asking this same question, but now that we have an answer as to how you're going to rule, the Delaware Superior Court is part of the problem because they're getting ready to provide us a solution to how many votes it takes. That's the case that was filed, but they haven't given us an answer yet. But the president just said what she's going to do. She's going to use 7 as the standard, if I heard her correctly. So I'm satisfied now that we know what you're going to use. And if we disagree with the standard that you use, then we can make a motion to override your decision if there's sufficient votes to do that. Because it's not actually a decision, it's just announcing the number of votes is what the president ultimately does, announces whether it passed or didn't pass after announcing the number of votes. So we may as well handle our business. That's why we came back here. We needed an answer to that question. It would have been nice for us to have received an answer from the law department prior to today, or the parliamentarian's office prior to today, or the president's office prior to today. But we now have an answer. So we can vote, I think. That's all I have, Madam President. Motion for the roll call vote is my concluding comment.
I was giving Councilman Turner, who has been up, the privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This whole legislation, it doesn't have to be this difficult. I don't know what us as a city, why we're paying a solicitor that had 2 weeks or more than 3 weeks. We didn't even meet the first week of March, and the city solicitor can't give us a ruling. He's on the Zoom call, looking in on the Zoom call, and we can't even get his expertise. And that is sad in itself. And you're sitting there, Madam President, and a lot of your colleagues are asking for the parliamentarians' request, but you rather ask the request for the motion to send it back rather than getting clarity when we already had this legislation on the agenda. So that's my point. Councilman Johnson, I'm sorry you got to keep leaning back and falling asleep, but that's my point. Thank you.
My recliner chair. I'm not asleep. It's just back swivel chair.
Okay. As I said, I was having difficulty. I'm maneuvering several different things here. I was trying to get myself back together and to recollect what was all that was happening in the midst of all of this. So I'm doing 4 or 5 things. Sorry for the confusion. The parliamentary on duty with us, assigned to us, is Ms. Taylor West, who I gave the privilege of the 4, and we are back to where we are trying to handle the business of the day. Now, if there's no other, I'm seeing hands. Okay, that's. Did we go to the public yet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. There was no public comment.
There's no public comment.
Everybody's had their hand up for a while now.
I have a person, that's why I'm asking. There's a person with their hand up on the public, which is why I'm asking, did we go to the public? Thank you for helping me to stay on top of all of this.
You went to the public and it wasn't by the time.
Okay, so this is back to the council's second round of comments. City Clerk, could you help me there, please?
Repeat that, Ed. I'm sorry.
I said, so we are back to the second round of council comments. Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay, with that, there will not be any comments from the public. We've heard from members of council. The Sponsoring, the sponsor has the last word, and Councilman Adams, would you like to give your closing comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Now, this resolution was made with the community in mind, and I agree with Councilman Guy that we should focus on the community. You know, the biggest complaint that we had with regard to the public portion was that no councilmen were in their seats as of 6 o'clock, and that the public was actually speaking to actually an empty house, as they put it. I know that many people made those comments and said that. So I am sure that anybody who votes nay on this is going to take the initiative to be in their seats to listen to the public portion. So with that in mind, I would like to make an amendment to this resolution in this sense. I would like to amend it to put the public portion back in at 6:30 to 7. Under the same circumstances that was before, that everyone can speak for 3 minutes and it's limited to a 30-minute period. So we will start the council meetings at 6:30 and include the public portion in the council meeting so that every council member who wants to take their initiative and be determined to listen to the public will be in their seat at 6:30 for that 1/2 hour public portion. And then we will continue to have the public portions after each piece of legislation. However, with regard to the second round of comments, if we recall, Council Lady Gray's resolution to change the format of the meeting passed with just 7 votes. So quite frankly, if hers passed with 7, I would infer that this one would pass with 7 also. So, however, before we get to the resolution, I would like to make an amendment to put the 30 minutes of public portion back in to start at 6:30, be limited to a 30-minute period, to actually be on the agenda as part of the public portion so that every council member will be determined to be in their seats, and to give each person 3 minutes of time as they had in the prior period, which was from 6 to 6:30. We will now make that portion from 6:30 to 7. May I please have a second on that amendment?
Second on the amendment.
Amendment has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by aye.
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 All those in oppose?
No. No.
No. No.
No.
Could you please
Got a
make
question.
Mm.
a raise of the hand? You're not.
Are you asking for a wave of the hand for no?
Yes. Wait a minute.
I'm like, I don't feel like I had enough clarity to make certain that I said yay or nay. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I know
yay.
this is out of order, so I just wanted to.
I hear you.
Please state the amendment is to put the 30-minute public
back in
portion
there.
back in to start at 6
Order, please.
and go to 7 o'clock. Just as the portion went from 6 to 6:30 last time, it will now go from 6:30 to 7.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that we're amending in this resolution as it is, but we need to vote on the amendment first. So this is to include a public portion, the community part that everyone has spoken to, so that each council member can be in their seat. Will start the meeting at 6:30 with the public portion.
Okay, Councilman Adams, there was a motion made and seconded.
Yes.
I failed to say on the question. Councilwoman McCoy, you had a question.
All right, thank you. So, Councilman Adams did try to explain. What I wanted to make certain is the portion that he spoke about has never been really an issue for me being here by 6 o'clock. So he wants to move it back to 6:30. I get that. My thing is about making certain that we get we still get the time in the beginning so they can speak on any subject, and they still get the time in between each piece of legislation.
Yeah.
Right.
That is exactly what they will get. They will get time after each legislation, and they'll get the 30 minutes up front, but we have to amend the resolution for the 30 minutes up front. To start at 6:30 so that every councilman will be in their seats at 6:30. Since the community has complained that they were always speaking to an empty house before 6:30, we'll assure that each member is in their seat at 6:30.
Understood, Councilman Adams. Okay, so Councilman Turner, we're still on the question. Councilman Turner?
Yes, on the question, I'm confused. Councilman Adams talked about the lengthy period of meetings, and now we want to put the public comment at 6:30 rather than going to 6 o'clock and then opening the meeting up at 6:30. This seems like it's just getting so far out of whack that we don't even know what part is the end and what part is the beginning. So I think that we just need to leave the legislation as written, as Councilwoman Gray has already put in the record. We trying to reinvent what we already have in place and then amend a legislation that's coming in order that's out of order. So we're trying to amend bad legislation. I don't know what Councilman Adams is doing, but I think that this is terrible what we're doing. Now you're putting at 6:30 rather than 6 o'clock. Let's come in at 6 o'clock, listen to the public as we do now, and leave our meetings as they are now. That's my suggestion.
Okay, Councilwoman Gray.
Yes, I understand what Councilman Ciro is attempting to do, because I've repeatedly heard complaints from constituents that there's no one there to listen to them before the meeting. So I think it's a good idea to put it in the meeting, the comments, so that we have to be there. But I don't like the idea of reworking my legislation. It's not that big of a point. I think people will realize who shows up and who doesn't. In fact, they already know, because there's some people who frequently are not there for public comment. So I understand what Cyril's attempting to do, and maybe it would have been a good idea if I had thought of that, if I had realized the council members don't show up or weren't showing up. But I'm not going to support the amendment. I don't want to change.
Okay, Councilman Congo.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yes, again, I think that the sponsor is, again, well, is he attempting to, does his amendment still attempt to delete the second round of comment from council members? Was that part of his amendment?
No, it was not.
It wasn't, so council will still have their second round?
No, they would not have the second round because the only thing he's amended in his resolution is to the public comment would start at 6:30 to 7, and everything else in his resolution stays, which includes the removal of the second round of comments.
Okay, I can't agree with that, because then, again, we would need clarification from legal how many votes it would take. I mean, he's reaching. This is crazy. He's so bent on eliminating the second round that he's just now we're looking crazy in front of the public. So thank you for that clarity.
Okay, Councilwoman Harlan.
Thank you, Council President. It sounds like, can you hear me?
Yes, this is the motion is been debated and we're on the question.
Okay.
Up and down on the amendment. And we went for the question. Now we're back into debate of the legislation. Can we stay on the comment of the amendment?
Well, I'm for leaving it at 6 o'clock. That's the bottom line.
Okay. So it's been moved, amendment has been made and seconded, and on the question, all those in favor of the amendment as proposed, signify by saying aye.
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 4.
Aye.
5. Okay, all those in opposed signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
4.
Aye.
5.
Aye.
6. That's 5 to 6. Are we not voting? All those,
7 to 5.
and it's saying, well, it's the 5 to 6, those opposed have it. So the amendment is defeated. Back to the point of legislation. I just want to make a clarity also. I was in their law department did provide a advice on the subject of the vote. And I just had to get to it. So I know they were saying that we did not hear from the law department, which we did, and which is what I shared.
Point of order, Madam President.
Your point is?
Is there a member of council that didn't vote tonight on this motion? Because you said 6 to 5 and we had 12 in attendance.
I did, and I've said that, and that's why I said someone must abstain because there was not a response, and that's why it was defeated. 6 to 5, 1 abstain with no vote.
How would you? I mean, how do you? How can you tell who voted or not?
Well, the hands are up, and as people was raising their hands, so I'm looking at pictures and hands here. If my number was incorrect, no one has opposed.
Okay.
No one is opposed. And when I said that I said 5 to 6, and there was someone abstaining, there was no response. I took that as no response and called the vote. So it was defeated. I'm now back to the resolution. Councilman Adams, you have closing remarks, and then we will call for the vote, please.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, well, I guess I should be overly excited because everybody who's going to vote against this resolution tonight will make sure that they're in their seats at 5:55 to hear the public speak to them, because this is community sponsored and they're denying the right of the people to have their councilmen in their seats to listen to them. So quite frankly, hey, maybe this piece of legislation and this debate this evening is doing some good, because now we'll have a full house every time the public speaks at 6 p.m. I would like to note, though, the incident that Councilor McCoy talks to, and I tried phoning her 3 or 4 times over the past week to speak about this. This incident was spoken at length at a public safety meeting. So the information was definitely out during a public meeting, and it's also been in the public for a number of months.
Councilman Adams, let's stick to the legislation, please.
Yeah. And I'm telling you that the information does get out, and that there's also a silent majority. There's not 72,000 people in council chambers. So when my council members speak to say that the community is denied their right to speak here, most people don't take advantage of that opportunity to speak. They funnel their comments other ways of getting there, whether it be email, whether it be through Zoom, or whatever the case may be. But hey, I understand what it is here. I'm going back to the original resolution putting forward to eliminate the public portion up front, because none of my comrades seem to want to show up for it. Hopefully it'll show up now that we're putting them on notice with regard to that. They will still have, the public will still be able to speak directly to the piece of legislation and legislation that is debated on the floor. And lastly, the council members are not denied their right to speak because they can speak throughout the meeting. This here doesn't take any right about them. It just changes the format of the meeting. And with that format, so I put forward this format change as it's written in tonight's agenda, and I ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray. Excuse me, Councilwoman Gray.
Let me go again. I'm voting on 0 amendment. It's legislation, correct?
The waiting on the legislation as presented.
No.
Councilman Congo.
No.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley.
No.
Councilman Turner.
No.
Councilwoman McCoy.
No.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Friel,
Yes.
Councilman Adams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon,
No.
Councilman Guy,
No.
President Shabazz.
Present.
Seven ayes, 4 yeas, 1 present, and 1 absent.
Declare defeated.
And with that, Madam President, I'm happy to say that I'll see everybody at 6 o'clock at the next meeting, and that's all I have this evening.
Okay. Councilwoman Dixon?
Yes, Madam President, I have an ordinance to present and call for third and final reading.
Ordinance 19-050, Agenda 4738, an ordinance to amend Chapter 13, Article 2 of the City Code regarding nuisances caused by vacant properties.
Madam President, I have a substitute to present in lieu of that ordinance.
Substitute number 1 to ordinance number 19-050, revision 1 to Agenda 4738, an ordinance to amend Chapter 13, Article 2 of the City Code regarding nuisances caused by vacant properties.
Madam President, I move that that be known as an enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and call for a yea/nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that be known as enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and call for the yea/nay vote. On the question?
Yes, Madam President. After going with our Healthy Community Subcommittee and also with our Community Development and Urban Planning Committee, I want to thank everyone for their patience in regards to our vacant property legislation. This is requiring, this is out of Chapter 13, which by requiring all vacant properties located within the city of Wilmington to be maintained in the safe and secure and sanitary condition so that as not to be an endangerment of health, safety, and wellness of our city residents. This ordinance authorizes the Commissioner of License and Inspections, as well as his designees or representatives, and to enforce the City Code of Chapter 13-42, which establishes the procedures for enforcement, including the issuance of civil fines, which are $250 for a violation in this section, and at the property owner's rights to appeal a notice of the violation pursuant to the section.
Councilman Johnson.
I really, this is a good piece of legislation. Although I do believe this issue has been hotly contested, and we still need to do a lot more, especially with what we're facing with a housing crisis. We still got to do something about places where people actually live. That has still not been addressed. And I know this is part of it, but I really think the landlords we need to hold responsible. So I'm still thinking through this, but I certainly commend the effort. But I think the heart of the problem is properties in which people live in.
Any other comments from members of council? Councilman Guy.
Yes, I'm going to support this piece of legislation. As we've originally had a whole lot of issues that we tried to deal with at the same time, it seems as though we're making more progress as we peel off pieces rather than trying to create this package deal, this global type of legislation. So this is a narrow sliver, but it's an important sliver, and hopefully this will pass. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Friel.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm going to support this because I'll support anything that deals with trying to
increase the enforcement on vacant properties, though this does cause me some confusion because I don't know now if we're telling L&I that they can issue civil fines if it impacts the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. And I don't know how that's defined, though there's other sections of the code now where I guess they can impose criminal fines based on the actual definition of vacancy. So I assume they're going to have to work that out. I guess I would have favored if we just had made all vacant properties fall under civil fines. The only other thing I want to say is that, you know, the issue with vacant properties sometimes is in some of these neighborhoods, they just will not fix them up. They don't care. So we're gonna issue citations under civil penalty, possibly. Eventually, we'll have placed a lien against the property. It'll go to sheriff's sale, and some of these properties will end up with the real estate and housing department, and they'll want to transfer them to the land bank. And as the sponsor knows, because she serves on the technical committee of the land bank, is if we're going to continue to put more properties in the land bank, the city's got to commit some funds to help the land bank take care of these properties and market them and run some programs. Because though we committed 1.5 million a year for 10 years, we only did that 1 year, and we haven't contributed anything else. So I'm hoping that in the mayor's budget address next week, he will have some funds in there for the land bank. But I will be supporting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gregg.
Yes, I would just like to thank the committee for this ordinance, because I felt that we needed to break down and deal with the problems with housing one piece at a time. And this is addressing vacant properties, which are a problem, a blight throughout the city. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Harley. Councilwoman Harley.
Sorry about that. I wanted to know, is L&I going to have some type of guideline in terms of how they're going to determine this? Because when you look at the legislation, that's very subjective. Safe, I'm sorry. Give me a second here. So here it says, requiring all vacant properties to be maintained in a safe, secure, and sanitary condition. And again, that's very subjective. And my suggestion would be that there's some type of guideline, because that is so vague, so subjective. And, you know, we want the legislation to accomplish its purpose. I think, again, it's good legislation. I'm happy to see that it is being split out. And I think it's important that we support our constituents living in safe conditions as the legislation described. But I do have some concerns with the definition, and especially if all of the inspectors are not on the same page. That was one of my concerns when we talked about legislation early on. And my hopes is that we've moved the needle in that area in terms of some type of accountability. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm going to support this legislation also. I certainly would like to thank Council Lady Dixon and her committee for putting this forward. Hopefully that this is just the first step, and that there'll be a quick second step behind it with regard to landlord-tenant properties, as Councilman Johnson had stated. We have 8-9 times the amount of tenant landlord properties as we do vacant properties. And to get on that would be really important. I would also like to follow up with what Councilman Friel said with regard to $1 million, $1.5 million commitment for 10 years to the land bank. wow, if we ever needed a comprehensive program about housing here in the city of Wilmington, it's now, because if most people can go 10 times 1.5 million and come up with $15 million. So that's quite a commitment on the city's part. And like I said, I certainly hope Council Lady Dixon and her committee makes a very quick second step with regard to tenant landlord properties, so that we can have everything about this, because simply moving vacant properties into the land bank doesn't really change anything, but perhaps the scenery, looking at it from the left side instead of the right side. So hey, hope all the members jump on board and support this, and Council Lady Dixon's got something to follow up pretty quickly after this. Thank you.
Councilman Turner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to commend Councilwoman Dixon and Councilwoman McCoy. About a year and a half ago, we had an issue with the blight legislation that Councilman Frill put up, and we asked some questions about could we separate out of that legislation. It was told at that time we couldn't. We also stated that we wanted them to have a subcommittee. So we created a subcommittee for them to get more input from landlords, from homeowners, from renters, from constituents as a whole. So I commend them that they got this piece of legislation in the committee, in front of people, and that you got people's input towards this legislation. That somehow in government doesn't happen. So I commend you ladies for doing that. And I would love to be a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCoy.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I actually just wanted to state, thank you so much for all everyone's support. I thank so much Councilman Dixon. She really made certain that we stayed on focus. It was actually, my biggest concern was something that was stated about being vague. I understand, that you may have some other questions, but know that pretty much every council person that we spoke to wanted to be on this healthy subcommittees. We maybe got those council people maybe one time go to a meeting. We actually had several. We've met with the subcommittee several times. We got a chance to meet with L&I. So we will not try to make it seem as though our L&I people are not forward enough thinking to understand this when we actually spoke with their commissioner. So, we're just, this is the first step. I pray that the second one will move a lot smoother. I said, because this was our first time really getting out the gate.
Councilwoman Harley.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman McCoy, for sharing that feedback. I'm glad to hear that L&I was involved and engaged, and it's on their radar in terms of some of the wording that is used around maintaining safe, secure, and etc. And it's definitely something that I had raised to the administration when we first started talking about the blight legislation, in terms of L&I inspectors not all being on the same page, and it being, a little subjective. One inspector looks at something, they define it one way, another inspector looks at it and they define it another way. And it will be good if there was something in writing, some type of document, some type of policy where they all can say that, this is what unsafe look like, this is what secure looks like. So again, I just wanted to mention that. And I would also like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. And congratulations on doing a great job.
Madam President. Councilman Guy.
Yes, I'm voting for this. I'm supporting this, but my support does not mean that I believe that we have to give a whole bunch of money to this land bank. because to me, the land bank was a total scam on the whole community. Those of us who've been on council for a lot of years knows that the city government used to handle how to disperse property wherever we wanted it to go. Basically, that's been taken out of our hands as members of council, trying to funnel everything to this land bank. So to me, this stands on its own merits. It does not depend on us being held hostage to have to reach in our pockets and give a whole bunch of money to some folks at the land bank. That's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing I wanted to say is that on the issue of the relationship between landlords and tenants, there has already been legislation introduced that's going to go to the subcommittee to deal with pre-rental inspections, for that conversation to take place as well on the landlord-tenant relationship. But with this piece of legislation, my pet peeve that I mentioned a couple of years ago at a committee meeting, and that is people who live next to an abandoned home. When your house is attached to an abandoned home, you are the person who suffers the most. And so I'm just hoping that some of the tools in this, when it comes to vacant property, helps people who live next door to an abandoned home, because now they have to pay for a cat to chase the mice away. They have to heat the vacant house to keep their own house heated. And those are the people suffering the most. So I hope L&I takes this tool and includes using it to help people who live next to an abandoned home. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Oliver.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd too like to give kudos to this piece of legislation. Any type of legislation helping with the housing issues that we have here in Wilmington, Delaware, and especially with the civil fines. I'm in favor of this. Good job to the committee. And I also would like to be a co-sponsor of this.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes, the Councilman Guy brought up some great points about just the landlord-tenant relationships. And again, I commend the subcommittee for exploring these issues. We do have a lot of work, especially now with this crisis. We do have to think about the folks who are in subpar properties, essentially trapped. So this is going to become an emerging, urgent crisis. And as a subcommittee and council, we may have to prepare to act fast. Thankfully, evictions have been halted. We have a moratorium on that. But when they start again, it could get bad. So I'm just looking ahead. Things like access to counsel, like other cities have done, that may be something we should explore. Because as you know, Wilmington, especially Delaware's eviction rates are one of the highest in the country. So that's again, next step. And I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, with the caveat that we're going to keep working so much harder on this, especially with this crisis now. So I appreciate the work you ladies did. Thank you.
Thank you, councilpersons. I see no more comments from members of council. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing no comments from public, and if there was any more comments from council, I would like to give the floor to the sponsor for closing.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to echo some of the comments that I was hearing. But again, this is the first step. So we know that there has to be multiple steps included in that, and knowing that we understood that we needed to break that down, because when you're dealing with people and places, that takes a lot more different protections that need to be in place, that they need to be thought through in more detail. So we look forward to having everyone around the table to help us make those decisions around making sure that we're protecting our citizens who are living in a slum landlord population. So we are definitely aware of that, Councilman Johnson. So look forward to your help on that as well. Agree at the point that it will be and I think Councilwoman McCoy already addressed it too. In Exhibit A, it does give the description around what is going to be considered as health and safety requirements of what you need to have in order for a vacant property. So that is in Exhibit A, that's and part of the legislation. We did talk to Commissioner Starkey about some of the same issues around making sure that the legislation corresponded with other parts of the chapters in the code. So we did have conversations about that just to make sure and that he is well aware of what our code and as far as what inspectors will need to be doing and how the enforcement will work on that end. So we have talked to those issues. But again, I think our Councilman McCoy, my partner in crime on this bill, of making sure that we can get it done with our Healthy Community Subcommittee and all of the you guys for supporting and helping us get to this point. So thank you and look forward to more conversations moving forward.
Clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilman Congo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Friel,
Yes.
Councilman Adams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon,
Yes.
Councilman Guy,
Yes.
President Shabazz.
Yes.
12 yeas and 1 absent.
Declared adopted. Councilwoman Dixon, another resolution?
Yes, Madam President, I have a resolution to present.
Resolution 20-017, Agenda 4786. Whereas about 50.8 million students attend public schools, according to the National Center for Education Statistics. And whereas voting in local, state, and federal election is a core right and obligation of citizenship and a primary vehicle to ensure the United States.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by a yea, nay vote.
Second.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second, the resolution be received, recorded, filed, adopted by yea, nay vote on the question.
Yes, Madam President. So as other cities across the nation have been working on making sure that their high school students are pre-registered and registered, ready to vote as one of their civil rights to be able to make sure they can participate. A lot of times they had over thousands of individuals who were ready to be selected in order to vote, but did not have the opportunity to be able to be presented inside their school to be able to vote. So we wanted to make sure that we encourage and get the General Assembly to push information within our schools along with our advocates and civil rights organizations to be able to make sure that the voting rights of our high school students are taken into consideration. And I will like to say also with that, I have talked to State Senator Lockman already, and she is ready to champion it down there in the General Assembly on our behalf. Thank you.
Councilwoman Harley.
Thank you, Council President. This is another good piece of legislation. When you think about a demographic that, can impact our 2020 vote, clearly it's our unregistered high school students that will be 18, when it's time to vote. So that this is a conversation that I've had as well with some educators, and I'm excited because, again, when you think about a demographic that's not already in the system that could make a difference in our 2020 vote, this is very, very exciting. I already asked to be added as a co-sponsor, and Councilwoman Dixon, if there's anything that I can do to help move the needle with this, please let me know. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Adams.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Council President. My concern isn't so much about registering them to vote as actually what they're learning as far as history, civics, and everything else like that in school. This flirtation with socialism to me is quite astounding, and hopefully if we get them a better curriculum, they'll grow up to be really nice citizens and understand what capitalism has brought them here in the United States to this point in time. So, hey, I certainly commend signing these people up to register to vote. I certainly hope they read their civics books before they head on out to the polls. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
I want to again commend Councilwoman Dixon and Councilwoman Harley. This is something I have specifically worked a lot on in my career, dating back to Obama's, a voter protection team. It's a very complex area, and certainly we need a lot of steps in the first state, including, motor voter, early voting, those kind of things. And those are in the works right now in the General Assembly. So I think that this is a good, piece of legislation to add to that, with the hope for 2020, given that the General Assembly is not meeting, which I think is problematic in itself, that they're not meeting. Hopefully we can get it in time for 2020. So I don't know what you've heard, but it is going to be difficult to try to get these enacted because the General Assembly is not meeting. So that's just my 2 cents on that, but thank you.
Councilman Guy.
Yes, I'm totally in favor of anything that's dealing with expanding and improving voting rights. And I think young people really pay attention a lot more than they're given credit for. And when they see something like this that impacts them at the age that they're at now, they're going to appreciate it. And they're also going to take that opportunity to learn a little bit more about the history of voting rights. Sometimes you have to catch young folks in that right moment. And this here is going to create a right moment for a lot of young people when it comes to voting. It's a great job with this. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, Council President. My thoughts are that, do we need to codify our seniors getting registered to vote, or do we just need the buy-in from the people to basically just set up tables at the schools and just have the seniors or those that will be eligible to vote to just sign up? So I just wanted to put that out there because, regarding the General Assembly not meeting. So, I mean, I don't know if this has to be codified or not. And like I said, versus a conversation with the appropriate people to say, hey, can you set up the tables after school and get our seniors signed up? So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Just as a follow-up, Councilwoman Harley, that's a great idea. And I certainly would support that initiative. I think we can bypass the General Assembly, just from my knowledge of the election statutes. But really, as long as you're a trained registrar and you can get officially trained, like they have that even down at the Longshoremen's Hall, so you can be official, do voter registration. I think the one thing we are facing as a council in reality is that we have to figure out how we can get people registered, considering school years most likely won't be meeting. So we'll have to do this through a digital means, mail means. I'm not sure. Maybe WITN can work with us, do public information sessions. We can use every tool we can to try to, get to the youth.
Okay.
Yep. Council President?
Yeah. Councilwoman Oliver.
Yes, I too say this is a good piece of legislation. I was just talking to Darren Gray over Parks and Recreation about his group, youth, and outstanding work they're doing. Kudos. I think this is an excellent piece of legislation. I also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Well, I see no more hands from members of council. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, and we had no other comments from members of council. I just would like to say too, that anything that deals with getting our young people and having their voice, because Councilman Oliver mentioned the Daring Gray with the Wilmington Youth Leadership Commission, which was a commission that I learned about at the National League of Cities many years ago and brought it here to the city of Wilmington. Getting our young people engaged, and their purpose was for them to be a voice in shaping a public policy. It's something that I definitely would support. So I too would like to be a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation, Councilwoman Dixon. And with that, not seeing any, oh, I see Councilwoman McCoy.
Yes, actually, I don't have it in front of me, the legislation. I thought I had it, but I wanted to be added as a co-sponsor. But I wanted to let you know that once you said seeing none for the public, someone hand popped up. There may be a delayed mechanism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it is. And I got a note from WIT, and thank you for
Okay.
that. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we do have a comment. I want to allow that member of the public to speak because I might have been moving a little bit too fast because it's so late in the night. Our public person is Mr. By the name of Nate. Could you please identify yourself, sir, and your comment, please? We got to unmute you. Nate?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, I was watching and observing, and I've been raising my hand for a while, so I was just seeing if the thing was working. Appreciate this idea. I work in a high school, and I think it's important that we get young people involved and active, and any assistance from the city, I think will go a long way into making sure that they're involved in a political process. So that's my comment. I support it. And I was also just pushing the button because a couple of times I pushed it before, it didn't work out. So I was just testing to see. So y'all kind of got me on blindsided me with that one, but I'm paying attention and I'm engaged.
Very good. We apologize. This is our first time around, and we hope to work out the kinks. So we do have another person for the public, Mr. Kobe Owens.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I am the Chief Executive Officer of Youth Caucus of America. I just want to say that we support this legislation. We would like to commend the sponsor and all the co-sponsors for sponsoring this. The core of our democracy is based on our voting, and being able to engage a younger generation, the next generation of voters, is always very key and one of our core principles. So we thank you for sponsoring this, and we look forward to working with the General Assembly as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I give it a little time to see if there's any other members from the public, and to date I see none. With that, I would like to give the privilege of the floor to the sponsor, Councilwoman Dixon, for closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for signing on as co-sponsors as well. As we know, a lot of the schools don't have civics or social studies as much as part of their curriculums as much as they did in the past. So being able to educate is an important component to make sure that they not only have the access to be able to vote, but also have the education around how to exercise their vote in a way that's most beneficial. So so making sure that we do that. So I do like the idea, of course, Councilman Harley, and sorry we didn't get a chance to talk previously to this about having the ideas around going to the schools, and if right now we may not even be able to go to schools if they're not out, if they're not back in that time period, but there may be other mechanisms and other organizations that have high school seniors that we know are turning 18 that we could work with their organizations to make sure that we get as many as we can registered in time. So I'd love to work with you all. And Councilman Johnson, you are correct. General Assembly has been starting to have this conversation a lot as well. And Senator Lockman also made me aware of that too, but also said that it would go in, nicely with what they already plan to do once they, if they do come back into session.
Well, we need to get them back.
So we're looking forward to them champion this as well as us. So look forward to working with you all on getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes.
Councilman Congo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilman Turner, Councilman Turner,
I can't see.
off
him.
the.
Can you hear me?
We
Can
can't-
you hear me?
Yes, Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Friel,
Yes.
Councilman Adams,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dixon,
Yes.
Councilman Guy,
Yes.
President Shabazz.
Yes,
12 yeas and 1 absent.
plan adopted. Councilman Guy.
Yes, Madam President, I have a resolution to present.
Resolution 20-018, Agenda 4778. Whereas City Council seeks to rescind censure Resolution 17026, censuring Councilman at Large Samuel L. Guy, Esquire, for conduct unbecoming of the office of a member of council. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Wilmington that the council rescinds Resolution 17026, censuring Councilman at Large Samuel L. Guy, Esquire, for conduct unbecoming of the office of a member of council.
So make a motion to receive, record, and file and adopt by yea, nay vote.
Properly moved to second, the resolution be received, recorded, and filed, and adopted by yea and nay vote on the question.
Yes, Madam President, it's straightforward. It speaks for itself. To rescind a prior resolution. That's what this does. That's all I have, Madam President.
Are there any comments from member this? Okay, Councilman Johnson.
As a matter of order and process, since I was not a council member during that original vote, I won't be voting on this. So I'll leave it to the rest of the council.
Councilman Adams.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I really don't understand this legislation. You know, if someone gets their license suspended, okay, hey, that stays on their record for a long period of time. It doesn't matter. If somebody gets terminated from a job, that stays on their record also. Quite frankly, what was done 2-3 years ago was an egregious behavior, and we recognized that by censoring someone. Now what we're trying to say is, well, hey, he changed his ways, and we need to go back and change what we did 2-3 years ago. I don't think this is appropriate. Okay, it was appropriate back then. It's appropriate to stay on his record. We should go forward with that in mind. If he wants to, hey, have a better protocol and rapport with his fellow councilmen, then hey, all the better. Maybe he learned something from the censor. But hey, at this time, I'm voting no against this resolution, and I don't see why anybody who voted to censor him prior time, if you recall that situation, why you wouldn't vote no also. Thank you.
Councilwoman Harley.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that when this was on the floor the first time, I did not vote for it. So we'll be voting yes, because I did not vote for it to be adopted. That's all I have to say.
Councilwoman Gray.
Yes, I just wanted to make the statement to address what Ciro said, Councilman Ciro said, that in my days of being a magistrate judge, there was always a way to rescind or change a conviction. There's expungement. You can address the court and appeal. So I wasn't here either when this was voted on. But after a certain time period, almost every person that has had a sanction taken against them has a method for removing that sanction. So I will be supporting this amendment, this resolution.
There's no other comments from members of council. I will now open it up to the public. Comments from the public. I don't see any comments from members of the public, and I will go back to members of council. Councilwoman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to state that I did vote initially for this. I have had many conversations previous to the censure and after with Councilman Guy. I think that the censure, it was necessary at the time, but I do believe that things have changed definitely. So I will be supporting this resolution.
Seeing no other comments from members of the council, I would give the sponsor the privilege of the floor for closing remarks. Before going to a vote.
Yes, I have no further comments, Madam President. Thank you.
Madam President, you didn't see my hand?
You know what? I'm so sorry. You're so far hidden. I apologize. Again,
It's Councilwoman Albert. I'd like to say
I
something.
know, but you're always at the very end and I don't see you. And you're not using the.
Yeah, my computer's messed up. Like my battery's low and it's real low. I'm trying to barely stay on here.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman Guy is going to be Councilman Guy, regardless of what this censoring legislation is going to be. But I have had several conversations with him also, so I will be supporting tonight.
Here with that, we'll call for the vote, please.
Councilwoman Gray,
Yes,
Councilman Congo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
I like to abstain.
Councilman Friel,
No.
Councilman Adams,
No.
Councilwoman Dixon,
Yes.
Councilman Guy,
Yes.
President Shabazz.
Present. Excuse me, change that to a no, please.
Eight yeas, 3 nays, 1 present, and 1 absent.
Declared adopted.
Thank
Now-
you all. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. We now move into the petitions and communication portion of our agenda. Councilwoman Gray? Any petitions and communications this evening?
Let's be on mute.
She's on mute.
yes, I do. I would just like to say to the first district that I asked for a wish list, and I've gotten very few comments back. So if you have a wish list for the first district, please email me. ellengray@wilmington.de.gov. That's it, Madam President.
Councilman Congo?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just want to remind everyone to continue to take this virus very seriously, and I think that we should be leaders in that, and kind of set the stage on how serious this really needs to be taken. And I think the first step needs to be that our city, county building needs to be closed to protect its workers, to protect those who come in and out of that building every day. I think I just got a link that the federal building was just closed because of a lawyer that has tested positive. And we know that city workers have tested positive. And for some reason, we're still not taking this as seriously as I think that we should. Employees need to be protected. A lot of them are afraid to speak up because they're afraid of retaliation. And I think it's our job to be their voice. So again, I think that the mayor needs to close city county building immediately in order to protect those who are at risk. And thousands of people may come into that building daily. And it's just, I don't understand the reason why it hasn't been closed down yet. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam President.
Councilwoman Oliver?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I guess I'm saying, would like to say the same thing as my colleagues, that everyone should be taking this very serious. I mean, I have to be honest, at first I thought it was just a hoax about the voting, but it's a lot going on. And I wash my hands on a regular basis anyway, but this thing is bigger than all of us. And that's, with that being said, that's number one. Number two, I'd like to thank some members from the East Side. We had a cleanup last week and it really turned out nice. We cleaned up the whole East Side. And I'd just like to thank all the volunteers and all the renters and homeowners who came out and cleaned up in front of their houses, and it looks really good over there. And thirdly, I just had a birthday, and I'd like to thank everybody who came to a little small get together, and we had some Joe Biden's people there, and we will be posting them pictures, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And this was a really good meeting tonight, and I'd like to thank everybody. And that's all I have to say. Bye.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just want to say that we are living in some pretty desperate times right now as it relates to all that's, happening with COVID-19. When desperate things are happening, people take, desperate measures. So, please be careful, as far as your safety, just take extra precautions, looking around, just, keeping an eye on things in a different way. That's number one. And number two, I want to say that I fully understand Councilman Congo's concern. However, I think there is something to be said for allowing the experts and the those that are the heads of state to rely on their experts to give them guidance as it relates to what's going on. Because when the community starts getting a whole lot of different messages, that sort of creates more anxiety and more fear than them just hearing it sometimes just from one source. So I'm just in support of definitely making sure that we are safe and our constituents are safe. But I think that, allowing the process to work and the experts and those that really are the heads of state to make those decisions, I think we all will be in a good place. And basically, just, really take care of yourselves and keep washing those hands because it is serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Turner. Councilman Turner. Councilman Turner.
Are you? Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, technology. Thank you, Madam President. This week, these last couple weeks, have been trying times for our country, for our world in the last few months. This COVID-19 is something that's very, very that I'm passionate about and I'm watching closely, just because I had someone that had a deadly virus, West Nile virus. 2012, I was contracted with the West Nile virus, third case of that year to have the West Nile virus. And from virus, I looked at this virus and said, well, what's different from the West Nile to this one? What I realized was that this virus traveled by someone. You can catch it by someone sneezing on you or breathing on you. And it also traveled on material. And that raised a concern with me. Also,
Councilman Turner, you still there, sir?
I'm glad that everyone is taking this thing seriously now. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate that some of us thought it was a hoax. Us at our position, we need to start not believing in conspiracy theories all the way, but we need to do our research and make sure that we are not believing in hoax when it's costing our people or their lives. So I'm glad now we're serious, but we need to be serious about these things when we hear them and do our research and read and just not doing Google. We have to go deep. The reason that China is able to come out of it the way they are now is because they had to shut down for 50 days because people didn't take it serious. This is a very serious matter, and we need to take it seriously. It's unfortunate that it took until us to say today that we're not allowing staff to come in. We as council had staff in the building as of today. We should take it serious for our staff and be in leadership. We take the leadership. Sometimes CDC, public health, they all mean well, but sometimes they are reacting as well to something of this magnitude. And we need to react and because we're leaders of people. This is a situation of health. It doesn't mean anything else. We need health and safety is most important for our people. So I hope now we can stand in solidarity. God bless you. Hopefully we can now stand in solidarity and we can be safe. And Madam President, it sounds like you might need a quarantine, but but thank you. Now I'm on a serious matter though. On a serious matter, we need to take this serious. It's hard to dictate what this is being a flu or the COVID-19. So if you think you got a flu or got a cold, then just take time off and take time to get yourself together rather than passing it, whatever you have, on to anybody else. So with that said, City of Wilmington, please be safe. State of Delaware, please be safe. The nation, please be safe. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCoy.
Yes, Madam President. I have a communication that I would like the clerk to read into the record.
March 6, 2020. Dear Councilwoman McCoy, by way of this letter, you are hereby advised that Foresight Associates submitted an application on behalf of Red Bull Venture Group, XIF LLC, to rezone the properties located at 700 Maryland Avenue, 101 Lower Oak Street, and 120 Lower Beach Street, a copy of which is enclosed herein. The application is submitted to the city clerk, which in turn refers it to the council member representing the affected district for submission to City Council. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. It's signed by City Clerk Maribel Sejo.
Madam President, I move the communication be received, recorded, and filed, and referred to the Planning Commission.
Second.
A presentation been read into the file, accepted, and seconded. On the question.
So on the question, this is basically, I think I've already spoken previously about this.
Yes.
This is when we actually had our 2028 comprehensive plan. This is a rezoning, but it's actually not the city's requesting this rezoning. It is the owner of the property who wishes to rezone. And this is the process in order to get this done.
Councilman Harley, do you have a question?
I did have a question. This is to my.
Sorry.
Say that again.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My question is, this is my first time recalling hearing this type of process that I just heard. So is this something new, or has it been an oversight on my part?
No, this is the process for when someone is requesting a variance is going to go before the zoning board. It's a proper process.
A follow-up. I guess what I'm saying is that I get letters all the time letting me know about rezoning for variances, okay, for rezoning. And usually the process is that the zoning board sends the letters out to elected officials and to residents that live in that area, and that's it. And I'm just wondering, is this the same process?
It's,
Madam President, could Maribel speak to this? Because she actually had to make
Yes.
certain that she looked at this correctly.
yeah, Mayor, City Clerk, Maribel Ruiz, please answer, respond.
Yes, there is a different process for the rezoning when it's being requested by an external entity versus when it's being requested internally. So yes, it's part of the code section that we, when a request comes in for rezoning application, that the applicant submits the letter of request to the clerk, who in turn does the process that was just noted into the record.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, all those in favor of the notice and its second, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Actually, yes, so I still had some other things I wanted to make certain people aware of. Just briefly, with everything going on with the COVID-19, the school districts have definitely realized that some of our young ones may miss breakfast and lunch. So the Youth Empowerment Center, which is actually in the 6th district, their address is 1009 Sycamore Street. They will be serving the breakfast and lunch, where you can double up and get them both, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the duration, I guess. If there's any changes, I will definitely make certain people know if you go to my Facebook page. But this is just starting, so I'm believing that we'll be seeing this for some time. The children are definitely going to be out of school for 2 weeks, so we know we'll definitely be going on for another week. The other thing is, I just wanted to state that my census came in during the weekend, and I just wanted to make sure that people knew I got mine done. I hope everybody else is getting theirs done as well. I'm like, while we're stuck in the house, let's make sure we're doing what we need to do for our community, for everyone's sake. What we don't have, this is one of the ways that we can assure that we can try to get it. The last thing, I just want to say thank you. Thank you guys for joining in. Thank you, WITN, for making this happen. I was surprised at the technology.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to, I think enough has been said about just the inherent risk of what's going on. But I do want to talk about something I think we should pay attention to, is just mental health and wellness. During this time, everyone's stressed, but please, take advantage of some of the free resources. You can go to planetfitness.com and they have free workouts. Try to maybe even take a walk for 15 to 20 minutes a day. Just try to try to relieve stress as much as possible. So that's just my 2 cents as a former personal trainer. Just want everyone to be happy and healthy, and hopefully afterward through this crisis you'll be even stronger. So I appreciate those. And for those in the 7th district, again, we are working with the small businesses to try to get relief here. Our West Side Business Alliance, we are trying to stay up to date on what's going on so that we can give relief to the small businesses that are really affected, especially the restaurant industry. So things change on daily basis, and we are certainly there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Friel.
Yes, thank you. It turns out I lost my connection right at the end of the vote for the wastewater treatment plant. I just want to thank my colleagues for their support in passing this legislation and being able to move forward with this contract. Second, I think it's important that we remember our older citizens, our senior citizens in this crisis. As we know, they're one of the vulnerable populations for catching this disease. So if any of the viewing audience knows of a senior that maybe needs someone to run some errands, do some food shopping, please reach out so we can help them out and make sure that all their needs are being met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, 2 things. I want to reiterate again with regard to this virus. we talk about leadership. It's easy in good times. In bad times, that means we have to get through this. And what I mean by that is that, yes, we have to exercise an abundance of caution, but we also got to make sure that we maintain business activity and other things too. And leadership is being able to strike that balance. So please, if you have an opportunity to pick up instead of eat in at local restaurants, hey, you have to go to Yakby, you have to go to Walgreens or wherever that may be to do your shopping. Hey, let's not forget the local people and check on the seniors too. That's really important. So let's show some leadership by trying to have a balance between maintaining activity, but still exercising an abundance of caution so we don't put people at risk. Last thing I'd like to talk about is, hey, Vice President Biden's win was actually bittersweet to me. Okay, sweet in the sense that, hey, I'm glad he's running away with it now. Bitter in the sense to, what was that flirtation with socialism? That is dumbfounding to me. Everybody talks about the redistribution of wealth, and they seem to forget about the creation of wealth. The United States didn't get here by redistributing things. We got here by creating wealth and going out there and seizing opportunities. So I certainly hope that they do change the curriculum in schools, get back to Western civilization, get back to history and understanding what the founding fathers thought when they started this United States.
You understand?
When they do vote at the
Country
polls,
was founded on slavery.
and more importantly,
Too old for me.
they go out there and seize opportunities. And hey, with that, I'll close. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilwoman Dixon. Councilwoman Dixon. Okay, I don't know what maybe happened to her phone. Councilwoman Dixon, I don't see her. I'll move on to Councilman Guy.
The first thing I would like to do.
Oh, wow, what happened?
Hello?
Go ahead, sir. My screen just jumped. I'm sorry.
Okay. The first thing I'd like to do is I would like to commend Councilman Turner for his insight. Sometime experience, and all experiences aren't your favorite experiences, and some are, but Councilman Turner's personal experiences allowed him to really be ahead of the curve almost for the whole last week in his decision-making and his recommendations as one of the leaders in this community in relation to this COVID-19 coronavirus issue. And you can't be scared when you have knowledge and good information. You can't be scared to take a position. And I want to commend him because he's been right on point each step of the way in his public pronouncements and in his calls and his decision-making. And so, yes, last Friday, when we all received an email announcing that the chairman of the Public Works Committee was canceling the Monday meeting, that's what our rules say. The chairman of each committee, they call meetings and they cancel them. And we've had a multitude of chair people who have canceled meetings. And he made a good call, an excellent call at a time of unknown information. And by the time Monday got here, all heck had broken loose at the city, county, and state level. Likewise, with the president and the staff that worked with her, that call to have a digital meeting Thursday turned out to be a righteous call. And so I think when everybody understands that different people have different duties and responsibilities, and you let people handle what belongs to them, City Council made a right move with no meeting Monday night. We couldn't have had a meeting because the meeting notice didn't even post that it would have been a digital meeting. So we kept ourselves from having a FOIA problem. Our meeting tonight at the bottom of the notice mentioned that this was going to be a digital meeting, and it was mentioned a week in advance. So all the right moves have been made by the Public Works Committee and by the council as a whole. So I commend Councilman Turner and President Shabazz as they handled their respective responsibilities. And likewise, I want to mention our treasurer, because I want everybody to really think about what happened recently. We as a council, we voted to authorize the bond committee to take advantage of the opportunity to potentially save the city $7 million through a bond refund. And we got out the way. And I'm gonna say that again, because I remember when I made my comments at that meeting, I asked you all, I said, we need to authorize this and we need to get out the way. And if we had not gotten out the way, we would have prevented anything from taking place. Now, what has happened since then? The stock market has lost every dime that it had gained since the new president came into office. That's how folks have been measuring it. So the new president comes in with us. So we're as responsible for the stock market as the president is. That's a joke, but we all came in together in January 2017. And all the improvements in the stock market have all vanished. Our treasurer, before it all vanished, sent out a letter and told the mayor and the council finance chair and notified all of us that that bond committee needs to meet to develop a plan. Now, I don't know whether we're gonna still have the opportunity to save all of those $7 million or not, but I know you see how quickly the financial circumstances can change and why it's important when knowledgeable people like our treasurer, she was the state treasurer, the finance director for the city, and the city treasurer. And she told us, get authorization to the bond committee. Bond committee, you need to meet to make sure we don't miss out. I don't know if we're going to miss out or not, but I know we let circumstances change without having a bond committee meeting. So for some reason, we live in a society where we don't always have appreciation. We live in a world where sometimes people don't want to listen to people because of their color of their skin. Sometimes people don't want to listen to people because of their gender. And there's all kind of reasons that make no sense. But when you have a talented treasurer, we need to pay attention to what she says. And so I just want to share with you that the treasurer's office also issued a press release this weekend. And in it, they implemented their plan. See, every department in the city is supposed to have a plan when there's an emergency. Continuity of operations plan and emergency operations plans. Those are supposed to be on file in every governmental office. City council, if I go down to the city council office tomorrow or email down there, they should have a city council continuity of operations plan and a city council emergency operations plan that they're able to share with all of us. Whether we had one or not, at least we developed something to be able to keep our council meetings going. So with that, that's all I have this evening. And again, I want to thank my colleagues for their assistance in removing, I call it a mark, removing this mark. And I realize how life works sometimes, because I used to run a pardon program in Wilmington and an educational advocate program. So I've spent a lifetime trying to help people not have marks on them. And so I appreciate you all removing a mark off of me. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, for some reason my whole screen froze. Again, just as what my other colleagues have already been talking about with the coronavirus, because there is so much going on in a rapid pace, I do ask that people be just very cautious and safe about what they do. We've already had one restaurant by itself that had to lay off 400 people. And unemployment within like the first 12 hours, we had 1,500 people sign up for unemployment. We also have small businesses that are still trying to operate in some capacity because a lot of restaurants now have to change in their dining services now to pickup or delivery only. Again, there are businesses that are still small business still operating that we need to make sure that we can still support in the meantime and still be able to help them bring in revenue so that they don't have to lay people off. Medical centers as well as nonprofits have had to lay off numbers of people already across the state and are those same individuals who are going to be applying for the disaster loans to be able to keep their doors open. And there are some companies already who already said they're not going to be able to even open up their doors again after this because they took such a massive hit. So I just ask that we be patient and diligent. I think this is going to be a lot longer than we all expected. So we're going to have to really take this seriously. As schools are closed, the university that I teach at was the first place that was hit with the first number of cases. We are now all teaching online. And I know a lot of my students who are seniors are concerned about graduation, as well as high school seniors who are panicking, as well as not being able to go to prom. So all those things that are normalcy or what we are used to are no longer in place. But for University of Delaware, our students have been all moving them as quickly off campus as possible. Some of them for international students is a bit more harder to get them back home. But students will still be able to get their credits that they need in order to graduate. They just may not have a commencement. So I did want to make that clear because I know a lot of people have asked that in regards to with the governor and to some other individuals. And I would like to thank them just for all the live streams and things that they've had over the course of the time, from the governor to Representative Lisa Blunt-Rochester, Dr. Rattay, Dr. Walker. They've all have been trying really hard to wrap their arms around what's going on. So I would just ask that everyone be patient and also be safe and be understanding of everyone around you, regardless of what age they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first, I would just like to make sure I want to give a big shout out and kudos to City Council staff for helping us to make this happen tonight using this video technology and making sure that all of the I's were dotted, T's were crossed so that we could have a successful meeting tonight and worked almost flawless. So I just really want to thank our staff for what they did. They came together as a team. WITN, you did a yeoman job to make sure our technology is in place and we have all of the, we're able to hold this meeting tonight. This having to address this virus has been very, you can imagine, to make sure that you look at it so that how do we maintain the safety of our citizens and safety of our staff, also while keeping a city functioning, providing the essential services that are still necessary for us to have a halfway decent quality of life while going through this time. So everything, as you said, was changing by the hour. And effective Tuesday, I believe, the city's administrative staff, as well as even our staff, was working with essential staff. And I have to again give applause to our staff, because we took all the considerations, their personal situations, and wanted to give them consideration, but they were the demonstration of dedication to making sure that we had a very successful video conference meeting. Some members who had the privilege of not having to come in still came in and did what was necessary to make this happen. So I want to let the staff know how much I appreciate your dedication and commitment to doing the work for city council, and so that we could be able to handle the business of the city. I want to tell all of those employees of the city, there are provisions put into place if you need to be off for childcare or for elder care. I encourage you to make sure you take advantage of that, so that you are so noted of your absence, and get the necessary, still get the necessary resources in salaries that you should get. And those things have been put into place. And use this time for family time. I know we sometimes work so hard that you don't get a chance to even have that quality time with family. But those people who are working remotely from home, I know you still have a job to do, but you still can, be able to give your child a hug, because you're there in the same room with them that you normally would not have been able to do. So it is a time for collaboration, teamwork, and everybody pulling their following instructions, even though we might think of something different. But you can imagine having to make the kinds of calls of the executive order, the state of emergency, the proclamations and changes that is going to affect people's lives. To have to say to close down restaurants, knowing it's going to result in such a high rate of unemployment and layoffs, and some people who are working remotely and are not on their jobs getting that hourly wage that they have to get to survive. So I want to keep a prayers like for all of you, because of how this is going to affect everyone. And I would also encourage everyone to look at Channel 22. The staff at Channel 22 has created means by which to let you know what's happening almost instantly. When there is a change or another proclamation or order from the government, you can turn to Channel 22 and be able to get those specific details. When there's new food pantries that are popping up, or some type of support service is happening, you can turn to Channel 22 and you can get that information. Also, not only just you would get it from looking at Channel 22 on the television, but you can also go onto the live streaming. So know that your City of Wilmington's information TV station is working to make sure that the City of Wilmington is informed in almost real time as to things that are happening, where there are resources, and as this virus continues to progress in our city and our state, to keep you abreast of what's happening. So you don't have to look at other channels, look at your own WITN 22. And lastly, I like to just say one other thing, and I would have to give a special shout out to our not just the WITM team, but Wendell Rolston has done a yeoman's job in his mastery of engineering to make sure that we did this video conferencing all in compliance with the law. Make sure that our public was able to be involved and be able to heard and contemporaneously participate. So I'm excited about that. Other cities have done video conference type of meetings, but they were not able to do it as to the letter as we were able to do. So I'm very proud of our team, and I want to thank them all for their great work. With that being said, know that also Parks and Recreation is also working. And those of us, those staff members of the city of Wilmington who are considered essential and might not get the privilege of having to work remotely or to be off, I want to thank you for your service and dedication to maintaining the service of the city of Wilmington. With that, I will accept a motion for an adjournment.
So moved.
Move.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned. Everyone be safe.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Good job.
Good night.
Whew.
Mics are still on.
Okay.
Good job.